Evening, everyone. It is Monday, May 11th at 7 p.m. and this is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Finance Committee. At the beginning of the meeting, I'm joined by Councilor Greenberg from Ward 1 and the councilors in the room. Councilor Maliki from Ward 3, Councilor Krinsman from Ward 4, Councilor Bixby from Ward 6, myself from Ward 7, and Councilor Silver from Ward 8. Do we have Councilor Mickley online? No. And I know that Councilor Charm is traveling for work and is not going to be able to join us tonight. So we obviously have quite an agenda before us. And as we get started, I just want to first explain to the committee members why I made the decision to put all of this on tonight. So in part, the timing of it essentially forced us into this position. All of these free cash items were very recently docketed and have been taken up in their committees essentially immediately. But the process, if we are to approve the free cash items, has to be completed by June 30th, which is the end of the fiscal year. Otherwise, any item not approved would then drop to next year's free cash and be unavailable over the summer until free cash is certified in the fall and then appropriated the following year. The way the calendar plays out, we have this meeting of the Finance Committee. Then we have a ton of budget meetings and committee the whole format. And then we only have one more Finance Committee meeting in June before the second full council meeting in June. So even though we have another Finance Committee meeting in June, there's not another full council meeting after that for items to make it through full council. So anything that's not on tonight, our other choice would have been put them on June. The reason I don't like to do that is because then we're in a position where we have a whole bunch of free cash items. And if we have questions or anything we want to pause and reflect on, the response back is, well, if you don't approve it tonight, we can't move forward for the next many months. So approve it now or that's it. And in my experience on the Finance Committee, having come up against that a number of times, I think other councilors have always found that kind of frustrating. And sort of takes away the purpose of our ability to review. So what I'll say is, hopefully we can be efficient with these items. If there's, particularly the free cash items, if there's anything we come across that is really striking you that it needs more time, more attention, more questions, try to indicate that in the discussion as soon as you're thinking it. Because in that case, anything that is starting to look like you might want to hold them, think about it. We can get out the questions and then be able to have a meaningful discussion in June. Anything that is feeling like, yes, this is a slam dunk, absolutely. You know, of course, I want everybody to feel free to ask their questions, but just keep in mind how much we have to get through, and we have, you know, department budgets to review at the end of the night as well. So let's just all think about that accordingly. Any questions before we start?
No, but I actually think there are still a couple of free cash items before programs and services that we haven't done yet. So there's going to be more free cash items at the next meeting, no matter what. Yeah.
Right.
So the more we can get done tonight.
Right. I mean, the other option is we could try to schedule another Finance Committee meeting at some point. It's actually, the calendar is kind of daunting between now and the next, well, that second full council meeting in June. So that's actually not as easy to accomplish, but you know, if we need that time, we'll do it. I just wanted to give us as much of an opportunity to take up items as early as we could so that if you want to dig in further or we need more time, that time is available. That's it. Our first item, 153-26, the appropriation of $500,000 from free cash for full day kindergarten aides. We are joined by Assistant Superintendent and Chief Financial Administrative Officer Liam Hurley.
I don't think.
Oh, we are not joined by Mr. Hurley. Are we joined by?
Maureen Lemieux is here. I can tell you, he presented this at Programs and Services. I can tell you that this is basically, if folks remember, there was a contract dispute that went before the courts. The courts found that the city had to hire the kindergarten aides for the full day kindergarten per the contract. This is the money to cover the kindergarten aides for the end of this current year.
I also recall that our previous administration had made a commitment that if the courts were to rule that the aides were to be retained, that the city would in fact come up with that money.
And footnote, the money is already in the budget for next year's, it's part of next year's school department proposal for the full day kindergarten. So again, this is really just to cover us till the end of this year.
I do see Mr. Hurley on the screen now. Hi, Mr. Hurley. Oh, hold on, you're muted. Can you unmute him or can he unmute himself?
He's gonna correct me now. Everything that guy said.
I think, can you hear me? No, okay.
Did we cover that? Were you able to hear us?
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear all of that. I'm sorry. I apologize.
And if I can jump in, Madam Chair,
Sure.
everything that Councillor Krinsman said was exactly correct. So this is really the aids. This is to cover the aids from January through the end of the year. And the full close to $1 million is in next year's NPS budget.
Do we have questions or comments? Councillor Bixby. Motion to approve by Councillor Bixby. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. That is approved. We're going to go on to 150-26, which is the appropriation of $325,000 from free cash for the NPS science curriculum. Mr. Hurley, welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for that last one. My apologies for being late. So this is an item that our teaching and learning department, Liz Everett Butler, has put forward that we have vetted. This is to purchase. It's really this is a good use of one-time money. This is $325,000 for a product called Open SciEd. And this is really meant for a lot of our elementary students. This is really for the 3 to 5-year-olds. And next year going forward, this is not going to be that same cost. This is going to be more built into the budget at about $50,000 or $60,000 a year that we need to build into our teaching and learning budget. There's a lot of kit materials, a lot of science type materials that are going to be in this. So there's a lot of consumable type materials in this. This is something that's been vetted the last 2 years here with Newton Public Schools. As you know, the superintendent has been looking to update our curriculum. So this is one of the areas that we've been looking to do and looking to move forward with this.
Thank you. Councillor Krinsman and others on programs and services who discussed this. Anything to add or anything?
I think he said 3 to 5-year-olds, but I think meant 3rd to 5th graders.
Okay, that's what I was.
Sorry, 3 to 5th graders. Yes.
I was going to say that's a robust preschool curriculum.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that it's one-time funds. It's appropriate use of one-time funds because it's really for the curriculum materials that there were. I think he said maybe $50,000 a year of ongoing costs or something like that are in the budget. So I think it was unanimously approved at programs and services.
And I think aside from the annual small costs, it sort of covers like a 5 years or so is expected to be.
Yes.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Ms. Lemieux, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is either, Liam, correct me if I'm wrong, either the 3rd or 4th year in the implementation of this curriculum. And so this completes the science curriculum.
That's right. Correct.
Any questions or comments or
Motion approval.
okay, motion to approve by Councillor Krinsman. Any discussion, comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That's approved. I think that's all for you tonight, right? Thanks, Mr. Hurley.
Thanks, Liam.
Thank you.
Okay, 148-26, the appropriation of $75,000 from free cash for Jaws of Life. Chief Gentile and Assistant Chief Bianchi, welcome. I think you can unmute now, Chief.
Thank you. Yep, we are looking for $75,000 in certified free cash for the purchase of 1 replacement battery-operated rescue tools, usually referred to as the Jaws of Life. I would be more than happy to answer any questions.
And who carries on PS&T? Councillor Silber.
Yeah.
Any particular comments or takeaways from the PS&T meeting that
They wear out, they're used in testing a lot, and new cars crumple, so they're needed more.
Mm,
and the spares go to backup. But eventually have to be gotten rid of. That's what I remember.
Youth and training, not testing.
Training, yes, training. Yes,
Okay.
right. Those are the things off the top of my head, but
I think it's a device, at least in name and top level function, that we're all unfortunately familiar with.
and there's several of them. So there are several vehicles across the fleet, the fire fleet that have these. So,
How many do we maintain, Chief, in the city?
4 frontline. So we have 3 ladder companies that carry it, and the heavy rescue also carries the Jaws of Life. And then we have 2 sets of spare Jaws that this would actually replace one of those. We put the new product on the front line, and then use that will actually replace one of the spares, and we'll decommission one of the spares it's out of its shelf life.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any comments or questions or motion on this?
I just ask one question. How often are they used?
So actually, they're used more often than than we would like. But today's vehicles, and the counselor was explaining this a second ago. Today's vehicles actually are designed to kind of crumple around people. It takes some of that impact, which is great for safety and oftentimes works. But oftentimes we find that we're going to need to use these tools to actually open the door or dig in and get those victims out of the car.
So how often are they used?
Tough to say. Probably once a month, if I'm gonna guess on average, but it can vary. It can be 0 times in the month. It can be a couple.
Comments, questions, or motion?
I'll move approval.
A motion to approve by Councilor Greenberg. Was that a motion or a question, Councilor Murphy?
I was gonna move approval.
Okay. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that is approved. We are going to go on to 149-26, the appropriation of $1 million from free cash for SCBA harnesses. Chief.
Thank you. This is requesting $1 million from certified free cash for the purchase of new SCBA harnesses. That is the backpack type device that allows us to breathe air in environments that would be life hazardous if we did not have breathing air. So the most common thing you see and we use this for is fires. Obviously the smoke is toxic, and this will allow us to enter structures that have toxic smoke filled with them and extinguish the fire. We do use them for other items such as hazardous material events, but that's mainly used for fires. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Comments or questions, especially those for PS&T?
yeah, I would just say the one question came up was, does this represent replacing all of them, and why wouldn't you do it in a rolling basis? And yes, this is replacing all of them, and the reason you do that is because you want everyone to be familiar with the exact same equipment. So so people go between vehicles. There's going to be one for each seat. I'm paraphrasing heavily here. So you want people to be familiar no matter what vehicle they're on, what they're going to be using, and it's all standardized in that sense. So,
Councilor Greenberg?
I'm wondering why this is a part of the firefighters' budget.
Chief, did you hear that question?
Yeah, so this is this comes up every 10 years. So I think it makes more sense to come for a one-time purchase every 10 years. I'm not exactly sure how it would fit into the budget with on a yearly basis.
Or you'd almost be sucking money away into a reserve every year to get to 10 years. So that's
Makes sense.
makes sense. Other comments or questions? Motions are also in order. Motion to approve by Counselor Maliki. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that's approved. I think that takes care of items for you tonight, Chief, right?
Does. Thank you very much, Counselor.
Thank you so much. Have a good night. We're gonna go on to 147-26, which is an appropriation request for 3.2 million for snow and ice expenditures. And this did require some amending in public facilities. Oh, I guess everybody else can't see that, but I can. Is that right? They don't have all the amended items. Do you all have the amended items
Yeah.
before you in your copy of the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay, so the initial request dollar amounts, public facilities approved $880,124.98 from the inclement weather reserve fund and $2,319,875.02 from free cash. So, Ms. Sullivan, our commissioner.
Good evening, counselors. This request will fully fund our snow and ice expenditures for this past winter. This winter, the city of Newton experienced a total snowfall accumulation of 63.9 inches. Total snow and ice expenditures for fiscal year 2026 reached approximately $8.49 million, which equates to approximately $132,863 per inch of snowfall. The FY26 budget included $5,050,000 for snow and ice operations, which leaves us a little short. So this request will fully fund the snow and ice. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Lemieux, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to explain the request to take this from two different funds, the $880,000 was our FEMA reimbursement from either 2015 or 2018 from the significant snowfall that we had in one of those winters, and I forget exactly which one it is. We had set that aside in the inclement weather reserve. We have not used it for several years and thought that it was really an appropriate place to more or less deplete that fund and then only take what we needed to from free cash. So that's the reason for the two different accounts. It always takes us a couple of years to get our FEMA reimbursements. So we didn't even see that money until, a year, at least a year or two after we had expended it. But that's what we're doing, is just depleting that inclement weather reserve and taking less out of free cash.
Thank you. It's very helpful to understand that. Do we have comments or questions?
Quick question. I apologize for being new to this. So have contractors just been waiting to get reimbursed? Because this is obviously for this past winter, right?
Yes.
So how does that work? Do they just wait until we approve the money and then reimburse them or pay them for the work that they did?
We can pay our contractors without funding in place for snow and ice.
Right. We can what's considered deficit spending. For snow and ice, we can deficit spend. Some communities aren't even able to replenish their snow and ice account during the course of the year, and it gets added on to next year's taxes. We fortunately never have to do anything like that, but we are allowed to deficit spend when it comes to snow and ice.
And we deficit spend from within the DPW budget or from where?
From DPW.
Gotcha.
I don't know that I knew that. I don't think I really understood or thought about that. Mr. Curley, I saw your hand was up. Did you want to add to that?
Maureen mostly covered it. I was going to say that Mass General Law deficit spending in snow and ice is one of the only allowable accounts that you can spend into the deficit. And as Ms. Lemieux mentioned, any deficits that can't be funded during the year would be raised on the tax recap. And yes, the deficit spending, it would be through DPW's line items, just spending those into the negative until they're replenished.
Yeah, of course.
So if it were the case that we didn't transfer and we needed to raise the revenue on next year's tax bills, how does that intersect with Prop 2.5?
So, fortunately, I haven't had to dig too deeply into that because it has never been something that's even been a question in Newton. So, I can get you the answer. It's not something I've ever dealt with or really even been in a position to look into. But there are, basically, as you mentioned, Prop 2.5 restricts what you can raise on taxes. And so we raised right up to the levy. I forget what this year's excess capacity was, maybe 30,000, something like that. But I can certainly get you the answer.
Yeah, I'm curious. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And actually, if I can jump in, Jim Shaughnessy will be joining us later. He may actually know that. So we can certainly pose that to him in a couple of hours.
Love the realism, Miss Lemieux.
For the 11 o'clock hour. Yeah.
What other comments or questions do we have on this? Is there a motion on this item? Motion to approve by Counselor Bixby. Any further discussion before we vote? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That's approved, and if you'd like, we can ask Mr. Shaughnessy if he knows the answer to that later, and otherwise I'm sure Mr. Curley will follow up.
Sorry, I assume the motion was to approve as amended.
Oh, yes, why don't we be clear about that?
Oh, God, do I have to say all those words again?
Yes, you can say as amended. Okay, so
Public facilities, thank you.
Okay, let's do that again. Motion to approve is amended by public facilities. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you for clarifying that. Item 140-26, authorization to accept a grant of $52,000 from the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection Sustainable Materials Recovery Program. Commissioner Sullivan.
So these grant funds will support eligible recycling services at the Resource Recovery Center, improvements to the city's recycling and organics collection, along with educational materials and outreach activities. The Recycling Dividends Program rewards municipalities that implement best practices in recycling, reuse, organics diversion, and waste reduction programs. Newton earned 13 qualifying points through programs including household hazardous waste collection, organics programs, reuse initiatives, outreach and education, and operations at the Resource Recovery Center. These grants funds help offset operational costs while supporting the city's continued commitment to sustainability, waste reduction, and environmental stewardship. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So I think I'm the only member here on public facilities. And we had a pretty robust conversation about this one. And part of it was about trying to combat the contamination in our recyclables, which ends up costing us money. And I know in the last few weeks when you did a robust presentation, you covered that amount, but do you remember off the top of your head what we're currently paying for contamination in our recyclables?
No, but I can tell you that we have a 22% contamination right now. We're doing the educational program throughout the summer. The last time we did it, we saw a significant drop to below 9% contamination. I'm sorry, I don't have those figures right now. I just found out that it's actually going to cost us a little less in contamination rates than we originally thought. We don't have the exact amount. Happy to get it for you.
It would just be good to know. And also for those who haven't been through the education program before, and Ms. Sullivan, correct me if I misstate this, but a number of years ago when we did this, Ms. Travert and her team were going bin to bin, lifting lids, looking for contamination, and then leaving like a flyer or a note on the bin to inform people about what missteps they were making in terms of what they were putting on the bin. And it's obviously very laborious, but also effective. And then the other questions of public facility were about these points. And what we do to maximize the points and how many total points one could get and how we're stacking up against other municipalities on that. If you want to speak to that, Sullivan.
I sure do. So we received 13 of 22 points. We did not receive 5 points as we did not meet the criteria for solid waste reduction category. You get points through pay-as-you-throw programs or limiting cart size and or reducing collection to every other week. And we missed 4 points of a possible 11 in the organics food and waste category.
And part of our discussion also then went into the composting realm and what we could do or what we might be able to explore to embrace composting more broadly across the city. What other comments and questions do we have from the committee?
Happy to move approval.
Okay, motion to approve by Councilor Krinsman. Any discussion in addition before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going on to 158-26, the appropriation of $345,697.50 for free cash for design work for intersection improvements at North Street and Crafts. And we are joined by Director of Transportation Planning, Jen Martin, as well, of course, as Commissioner Sullivan.
Hello, yes. So, go ahead.
Nope, just welcoming you. Thanks for joining us.
Yes. Hello. So this work is necessary to proceed with the planned MassDOT Safe Routes to School infrastructure project that includes full signalization at Albemarle and Crafts. That MassDOT project is structured as a state-administered capital project with MassDOT responsible for both design and construction. The construction portion of the Albemarle and Crafts signal is estimated at $1.7 million and planned for 2030. During the process of that design, MassDOT determined that we would also need to replace the signal at North and Crafts and make some design changes to that intersection for effective traffic and vehicle operations. Happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Martin, am I remembering that construction was estimated at $1.5 million?
1.3 million.
1.3 million. And what year would that take place?
2030.
Okay, so I remember having the discussion about the inevitable construction funding that we would need to put into this, and the discussion otherwise centered around the prioritization. I have trouble saying that word, of this intersection versus others on the list. And Ms. Martin, I think you had answered, or maybe Commissioner Sullivan did, that this is within the top 5 of prioritization and safety needs for our transportation network improvement program. Is that correct?
It is. I do still need to confirm that, because this was prioritized back in 21, I believe, and we received funding from the state for that. So then it is no longer on our current prioritization list.
So that was essentially the bulk of it. I think we talked a little bit more about specifics around crashes and other issues that have occurred there over the years. I think that was really the bulk of the question is, about, it's always really hard to make decisions about, given how many needs we have for safety improvements, to pick a particular intersection. This one allows us to leverage the investment that we're getting from a state agency. Comments or questions? Councilor Malachy and then Greenberg.
Yeah, I basically remember in 2020 or 2021 when this was happening, the kind of, I feel like there were crashes with injuries, if I recall right, and what a mess that intersection was and is, and everyone was very happy that the state was planning to do something, and I'm kind of disappointed it's not going to happen till 2030. Didn't realize it would take that long. I did have a couple of questions, I guess for Ms. Martin or maybe Ms. Lemieux. So it seemed like we basically had to pick HSH as the consultant because it just made the most sense, given that they were already doing the Albemarle Crafts intersection, and it was more efficient for them to do it. But, and I assume I was trying to discern from the bid document. It seems like there will be controls in place that sort of state costs on that intersection don't get shifted to our part of the contract. Is that?
Yes, so it's for efficiency. So our work is being added into the existing work that HSH is doing. So we'll have combined meetings, combined, any utility research that needs to be done, anything like that. It's just the additional cost for our part of the design, whereas they're already going through this whole process of design for that intersection. So we didn't see a way forward that wasn't with that particular designer.
Okay, and we're only supposed to be paying the incremental costs for the add-on. And also,
correct.
I noticed in the bid document, there seemed to be a wide range of hourly billing rates for the for each category of consultant involved in this. Is there some kind of control on how fast they can increase the rates that they're billing us at?
You mean the hourly cost per staff member?
Right.
It's to keep in the overall budget. So certainly there's a range of sort of experience levels that work on any particular project, but that's generally working with the more experienced in our city meetings, but then the less expensive workers doing a lot of the high volume work.
Right, I understand there's different rates for different types of employees, but for each category of employee, there was a wide range in the hourly billing rate. And is that supposed to cover us for 5 years or something like that?
I'm not sure. So for example, the hourly rate for a junior engineer is $115 to $215. I think that just covers the range of staff they have in those positions.
We have a hand from COO Morse. Sorry, I had to stop and think about your title for a second. Do you want to help us out, Mr. Morse?
Yeah, just this might provide some assurances. These are fixed cost fees. So when you're dealing with a consultant like this, you provide the scope of work. You break it up into sections as the design advances. But before you ultimately move forward with a larger project, you have a fixed fee. They'll provide their hourly rates. That's more if you're looking to do any add services, meaning additional work above and beyond the scope of services agreed upon once you get out of kind of the conceptual design phase. And essentially all those things are typically used for outside of that is their billable hours. Now, at the end of the day, if the fixed fee doesn't change, they can, in my experience, they can put as many of one end of that the pay scale on there as they would like, but it just means that if they're putting engineers that are on the upper end of that pay scale, then it means that from a business model standpoint, they have to put less of them. If they want to put more junior people on the job, then they can put a little more hours on it. But at the end of the day, the total fee doesn't change.
Unless we add on.
Unless we add to the scope, yep. Or I will say, to some extent, if the project schedule goes way, way beyond what was assumed, in my experience, the design teams, just from an escalation standpoint, have a good case for some level of adjustment.
Okay.
Okay, Councilor Greenberg.
Thank you, Chair. On the city's website for the prioritization list, it's from 2024. Will that be updated to have 2025 and eventually 2026?
A prioritization list for what?
The traffic calming projects.
Commissioner Sullivan, can you provide an update on that?
The prioritization is currently being worked on by our transportation division and should be available in the next month or so.
Okay, great.
Commissioner, was there one issued in 2025?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so it hasn't been updated.
No,
since-
it has not. We were significantly short-staffed in our transportation division.
Well, it's great that we're gonna see an updated list and appreciate that.
Thank you.
Other comments and questions? Counselor Greenberg, do you want to move this one?
Yes, I'll move it.
Okay, motion to approve by Counselor Greenberg. Any further comments, questions, or discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? 6-0. I think that takes care of you, Commissioner Sullivan and Director Martin for the night. Thank you very much, both. Appreciate it. We're going to go on to 161-26, the appropriation of $142,370 from the Energy Stabilization Fund for LED project at Day Middle School. Co-Director of Sustainability, Sam Nyman, Buildings Commissioner Alex Valcarce, and I think I saw Co-Director Ann Berwick. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this project is to convert the full lighting at the FA Day Middle School over to efficient LEDs from currently majority kind of older fluorescent style lighting. The $142,000 we are requesting will be complemented by a mass save incentive of about $114,000. So that's about 45% off the total project cost of around $256,000. So we're getting a good deal. We'll complete this work this summer, and when complete, it's expected to save the Newton Public Schools around $39,000 annually. Thank you. Look forward to any questions.
Questions and comments from the committee? Mr. Nyman, what's the balance of the Education not the Education Stabilization Fund? That one I know. The Energy Stabilization Fund.
So great question. I check in with Steve Curley about this all the time. We just got a good wave of kind of our larger building project rebates in from like Lincoln Elliott and the Cooper Center and the library project. So right now we're looking at, I think, a little over $700,000. So we'll be looking to put that work money forward to some good work here.
Okay. Other comments or questions? Motion? Motion to approve by Counselor Bixby. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That's 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go on to 136-26, authorization to appropriate and expend $1,250,000 from free cash for a Newton South High School feasibility design phase. We're joined by Commissioner Valcarce, COO, and COO Morse. The only other thing to note is that Public Facilities approved this as amended, changing 2026 to 2025 with respect to what year certified free cash we're using. So Commissioner, welcome and kick us off, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Councilor Grossman, and thank you, everybody. So we're requesting $1,250,000 to initiate the feasibility study for Newton South High School. The study will evaluate the existing conditions of the building systems, and the existing space program. The future project will replace the building systems, improve accessibility, upgrade science rooms, and other things that will get determined under the study. I know we have 3 studies coming up for approval, so I will touch, what $1,250,000 is used for. It's a budget that we developed in buildings quite some time back through our various school projects. And the format is one that was based originally from the MSBA, and we've successfully used it not only on school projects, MSBA and non, but on our municipal projects as well. In the feasibility phase, the backup shows that we basically have an owner project management, OPM, the designer, a category for environmental and site testing, and then a category for other. The owner's project manager is not a person. They are a firm that is essentially an extension of public buildings. We will manage and guide them. Their work is to help with communications. They will help us in the development of the architectural request for qualifications when we go to seek for the design services. They put together the monthly progress reports. Again, they're evaluating other fee proposals with us. They are doing budget control. They are helping with cost estimating. They are also looking at design reviews, and they are looking at the document reviews. So the owner project management services, again, is an extension of public buildings. The designer is typically what we would call the architect and engineer. Their services will be to do the programming. In this case, it'll be the educational programming to determine, working with Newton Public Schools, how the educational program will lay out, what the spaces would be, what are the needs, how does teaching happen, and they will develop that program. They will do layouts and come up with options of how we might do that. The study will consider all different kinds of aspects. We'll certainly look at renos of various types. It may look at, a new construction. We don't kind of rule anything out. We put everything on the table and we'll go evaluating it. And then there's a level of services that come with them as their specialty consultants, again, to a level of feasibility schematic, level of building systems, again, as we said, and analyzing and taking surveys of the existing building, existing site, which brings me to site and environmental. So that is work that, again, would be for site surveys of the property, surveys of the building, for hazmat surveys that we would need to understand what's in the building, because eventually you have to get the budget for those things. Geoenvironmental work, which would look at what we have in the soil. Are there things that we're going to have to deal with so we don't have anything unexpected, and geotechnical, the capacity of soil, and I won't go in too deep. And then other basically is related expensive for fees and mailings and communications and contingency. So that is the intent, and we're excited to get started on this. Hopefully others are as well, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. I'll get right into questions. Councilor Krinsman and Councilor Bixby.
I really appreciate the information. Excited for this project. I know that Newton South needs a great deal of work. Do you have a sense overall of the time frame for this project? Like, when do we move into, how long will the feasibility study take? When you move into design, when can we be looking at construction? And how long will construction, I mean, feasibility will tell how long construction will take, but when do we anticipate that taking place?
So all the other things will come from the feasibility, because we don't know what we're building. But the feasibility phase, I would imagine, is over the next 12 to 18 months. There's a little bit of startup on our side, on the city side. We, have working groups and school building committee groups to pull together. And we will need to put out a request for qualifications to hire the OPM and get them on board. And then we will put out requests for qualifications to get the designer on board. Those selections are through the city's designer selection committee. So, that will take some time. So I would say, we get rolling in probably 6 months, a little bit less, maybe 4 to 6 months. This would all get sorted out over the summer and get rolling into the fall. And then the duration is probably about 12 months, but it's based on the decision making of the city and the group and the school department and being able to provide specific direction to the team. So, you know, if we keep sort of reanalyzing things or going back, it can take a longer period of time. So I would look at that time frame in general to get us to a point where we would get into having a schematic, and maybe with some luck we might be at the point of being able to shortly go into getting site plan approval, which again will be a process through the city's 558 ordinance.
So you're looking at 12 months for a feasibility study, and then year and a half for design or something like that before?
No, I probably, you know, again, with a solid feasibility phase, it's probably only 3 to 4 months to get a level of schematic design for site plan approval. There's our requirements for site plan approval are a little heavier on some of the site engineering and calculations. From there, it's probably, again, I'm guessing, not knowing exactly what the solution is going to be, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 months for a phase called design development, which is where you test out all the theories that you have developed in schematic design. And then probably, again, another 9 to 12 months of actual construction documentation. So that's probably could be collapsed. Again, it depends on how quickly, efficiently, and what it is that we are actually going to do.
It also presumes a funding source for the construction phase. So,
And that's an excellent point. Yes.
how that timing plays out is
sure. Well, that's one of the reasons I'm asking is I mean, I assume we would be able to fund design work, but construction's a lot more, and I assume that you would want to know construction costs, especially if you're going for some sort of an override, and if you're incorporating that into
right. Well, and I don't know if Ms. Lemieux will want to jump in here, but in addition to the obvious possibility of a debt exclusion override for a project like this, the bigger moving pieces of the POB and what, if any, financial flexibility we're able to free up and how far that can go in terms of supporting our borrowing capacity. You know, that's all coming attractions. I think the hope here is to be able to move forward and put all that together as we're getting a clearer picture of what this looks like.
Yep.
Anything further now?
No.
Okay, Councilor Bixby.
Actually, Madam Chair, if I can just jump in,
Sure.
Because certainly we have many moving pieces, as you just said, but I would certainly presume that the South project, as well as the next 2 docket items that are ahead of you, any one of those 3 projects would need to be debt exclusions. I do not believe the POB will end up being the solution for any of these major capital building projects that we are talking about. So I think we certainly do need to assume that there would be debt exclusions involved in all 3 of these.
I also want to know we've been joined by Councilor Mickley. COO Morse?
Very briefly, just to Councilor Krinsman's question. So the feasibility design funds are intended to get us to a point where our scope and our budget are developed enough so that we understand the total cost of the project, so that we can go work with voters to see if they're willing to support the debt exclusion overrides. So the funds approved this evening will get us to that initial finish line. I didn't want anybody thinking that there was going to be additional financial exposure before we understand a clear path forward for funding the overall project.
Appreciate that. Makes complete sense. That's why my question was geared towards the timeline. Because we're going to have to figure out that timeline and when those asks would have to be made, when we'd be prepared to make those asks. So appreciate it. Thank you. All set.
Councilor Bixby.
Thanks. I have a couple different questions. So I guess just also picking up on the timeline question, because later on we're approving repurposing funds that were meant for improvements we're being asked to approve. repurposing funds that were meant for projects at Newton South High School. And if I'm remembering correctly, I'm having trouble finding that exact language because it's in a bunch of different places. Some of those were accessibility improvements and other things at the building. I mean, we're talking being it sounds like bare minimum 5 years away from seeing any changes at South. What's the thinking? Can you maybe address both of those questions?
Yeah, COO Morse, this obviously came up in a similar fashion when we got to the roof question later. Let me see. You know, we have the same two folks speaking to that item. Why don't we officially put that on the table as well? 159-25, which is the repurposing of $833,948.85 for the Burr School roof. So Commissioner, I'm sorry, it's like burned into my mind. COO Morse, do you want to explain what that's about in answer to Councilor Bixby's question so we don't have to come back to it later?
Sure thing. I'll tie this all together. So the City Council previously authorized $500,000 for the purpose of restroom and accessibility upgrades at Newton South High School, predominantly focused on the restrooms and accessibility upgrades in those restrooms. In working with Newton Public Schools this past fall and then winter, it was determined that should we be looking at, and now we are looking at, a larger project for Newton South High School, they would prefer to see those funds repurposed for projects throughout the schools in Newton, a portion of which would go to some work at Newton South High School, but really kind of spreading that out more. I think overall timeline, well, to Alex's point, it's a little difficult to project. I would say that, you know, it's probably 4 or 5 years from now for construction if everything goes the way we anticipate. But that being said, again, Newton Public Schools felt that with a larger project on the horizon, they would prefer to see those funds utilized across the district. With respect to the roof work that we're looking to do at Newton South High School, this is in a relatively small area in the weight room. It is this past winter was a pretty rough one for many of our older roofs. We recently, or actually one of them being taken up tonight is the Burr School roof as well. That was also something where as a result of the weather that we experienced, we saw some seams in those rubber membranes really let go. So in both of these cases, these roofs reached a pretty critical failure very rapidly. We were able to stem the tide, but ultimately the patches that we made were very temporary. So these are both critical elements. We are certainly sensitive at Newton South High School to ensure that we are threading the needle, that we're investing what we need to invest to make sure that that students between now and when we do enter construction are being given a quality facility. So at the same time, making sure that we're not over investing and throwing any money away. So it is a delicate balance, but it's something that we're certainly sensitive to.
COO Morse, can I just ask you for clarification on one thing? I think for item 159.26, which is for Burr and Newton South High School roofs, the source of the repurposing of that money is from excess funds that did not need to be expended for the Pierce and Mason Rice roofs, as opposed to the Newton South High School accessibility and bathroom projects, which relate to the NPS small fund, multiple small projects. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes. Councilor Bixby, I was thinking you were referring to the money repurposed from the bathrooms to small projects throughout the district. But Councilor Grossman, you are correct. For the roof item, we are repurposing essentially savings from the free cash that was authorized for the replacement of the Mason Rice and Pierce roofs to address the Burr School roof and a small section over at Newton South High School.
Okay, so now that we're getting further into it, I put 159-26 on the table, which was initially for the Burr School roof, but if it's approved as amended, would include the Burr School roof and the Newton South High School roof. What Commissioner Morse then also was explaining is the item before 160-26, which is the repurposing of the $500,000 for multiple small projects at NPS. So since we're getting into all of them, let's tackle them all together. So the 160-26, which is listed first on page 5 of our agenda, I just want to make sure everybody understands. That's the, not going forward with the bathrooms and accessibility improvements at South. And that is for a list of small projects that were then prioritized by Newton Public Schools. And then 159-26 is the money that we have left over from Pierce and Mason Rice roof replacements to move forward to tackle the Burr roof and the Newton South High School roof in the area that the school's leadership and our CEO and buildings commissioner feel is necessary to maintain the operation specifically at that weight room area and other small areas while we're figuring out what's happening. So is that a fair summary of those items?
That's a very fair summary.
All right. So at this point, questions are in order on these 3 items. Okay. The feasibility money for South, the small projects, and the roofs. Counselor Bixby.
I have a lot of questions on all of them now. Thank you.
Listen, and this is, feel free to ask what you need to ask to get to this.
So just back to that was helpful context in all of those pieces. I guess just back to a clear answer. I mean, you said the schools said they would prefer the money to be not put towards the bathroom and accessibility project. I mean, I guess I just feel like when we heard it last year in this committee, it felt like it was an important thing. So are we sure that the students who need these accessibility improvements are will be able to get what they need in the meantime for these next 5 years?
No, it does. It definitely makes sense. When I did push on this issue, and Newton Public Schools felt strongly that given the larger project that is coming, which just based on what I believe the minimum scope for Newton South High School will be, we will end up having to redo all of the restrooms in the building. It did not seem a wise investment to make pretty significant upgrades to the restrooms now just to potentially have to undo that work 5 years down the road. Newton Public Schools, without the larger project coming, certainly this would be a high priority, but understand that it is coming and the potential impacts of having to remove or undo what we did. It seemed wise to them, and I agree that they take another look at how those funds are expended over there. I will say, just a reminder, Newton Public Schools does invest their charter maintenance, summer projects. So there are other ways that our schools like Newton South are invested in, and that small list does include work at Newton South High School as well.
Okay. So there will be entire generation of kids, coming through Newton South that will not be in the new building. You feel confident that they have what they need in the meantime to get access the bathrooms in the way that they need to?
I do, and I also have confidence that we will do between Newton Public Schools and the city, we will do what needs to be done to ensure between now and then that we are providing adequate facilities for our students and our staff.
Okay. Speaking of generations of students, I guess a few of us around the table might have in particular interest in the timeline. What will happen what's the proposal for, will the construction just happen around everything else? Will it, do we have any, I mean, I know this is very early thinking, but.
You're talking about Newton South construction timeline.
Well,
phasing.
A lot of different pieces going on here. Will the construction just happen around the classes and the students going to school in the rest of the building, or will they have to go somewhere else?
So that is certainly going to be something that we study in feasibility. And I will say, be careful, because the more questions you ask, the more likely you are to be appointed to the building committee and our working group. So
Yes.
All jokes aside, no, I do think that there will, if I had a crystal ball, I would say it is likely that we are going to be looking at an occupied kind of phased project at Newton South High School, because we do not have a swing high school, unless somebody has a brilliant idea that I'm missing. So I think that's going to be something that we work very closely with the working group, the building committee, the school committee, the city council, and the Newton South parent community and the staff as we advance through feasibility and the design process.
Well, clearly I do have lots of thoughts and questions on this. So, speaking of the school committee and NPS and all that, where did South, I sort of feel like I've lost the plot on the building prioritization list. I mean, and I asked about this in the meeting with NPS, but where did South comes up so high now? It's the next building that we're definitely doing.
Yeah, so over the past 4 or so months, we've been working with school committee leadership and the superintendent on this. So this is certainly not a surprise to them. However, this was something we discussed in public facilities, and it's something I followed up with the chair of the school committee on just the other day. The long range facility plan was updated in the fall by the previous, and approved by the previous school committee. That was following about a 10-year gap between the last time it was updated. That identified, I believe, Brown ahead of Newton South High School. In this case, in working together, we are recommending Newton South High School move forward, but that is something that in my conversations with the chair, I think will be officially memorialized here in short order by the school committee as well. And then ultimately, as any of you who have served on building committees and working groups know, school committee has a formal process that they'll need to take with respect to voting on things like the space program as we move forward as well. So there are certainly some hoops and some processes that we have to follow here shortly.
There was some discussion of public facilities about this, and there was a lot of sympathy expressed for Brown. I think particularly a number of members of the committee had attended the superintendent's Q&A with the PTO at Brown and had particularly concerns about their roof and other needs there. And then we also had some members of the committee who expressed a feeling that there's some pretty significant inequities between the Newton North High School building and the Newton South High School building, and some concerns about certain programs that kids have to travel from south to north if they want to access them, which is difficult, if not impossible. I think at the end of the day, it sort of came down to, these things get prioritized by the school committee and the mayor. And but it is within our purview to say yes or no to money. So, public facilities was convinced. That doesn't mean
I firmly believe that both buildings need it tremendously, and so personally, both buildings need it tremendously. I guess I'll just say now and probably keep saying until whatever the superintendent said that's going to happen in 2050, it will be dealt with a number of these things. I'm getting increasingly frustrated by the lack of clarity, I think, publicly and in the community about how this is all being prioritized and dealt with. And I think it's just, it's very much a function of changing school committees, and we have a new administration, and I'm very glad that things are getting dealt with. It just means that I think there is continued feelings of uncertainty and inequity in the educational experience for many students and families, and so I think the more we can do to check boxes and move along the list, great, but I think we also need just greater community clarity. And I'm looking at you, CO Morse, because you're up on the screen, but this is not just directed at you, obviously. It is, we all somehow need to figure this out together, but it's getting frustrating. Which will bring me to my next list, which is this list of smaller projects.
Wait, can I ask you to pause 1 second?
Yeah.
Mr. Morse, can you share the anecdote you shared about Mayor Warren's conversation on this point? Because we got to this same point in public facilities, and I thought that was a remark that was poignant.
So Mayor Warren many, many years ago now, in a conversation he and I had about the beginning of the Angel Reservist Cabot process, said that we can never get to the end until we start at the beginning. And his point was, it's a big city. We have a lot of investments we need to make. And there are oftentimes, I will say in the very beginning, it was very easy, in my opinion, to look at the buildings that were in most need of replacement and major renovation. But we talked about it back then, and it's true today. The further we get into this list, the degree of difference between one building to the next is much smaller. So it gets harder the further we get into this to determine which school comes next. That's not lost on me. And I don't think it's lost on any of you or our school committee. Councillor Bixby is right. I think the challenge here is that we need to simultaneously invest in our big building projects while not forgetting that we need to do those smaller projects to keep those buildings that haven't got their turn on the list yet adequate to support teaching and learning. And to your point, I think we should always strive to do better and be better at communicating that to our staff and our parents.
Oh, so I just on the smaller projects, how is listless prioritized? And also, I mean, some of the older buildings are getting very relatively smaller amounts, and some of the new buildings are getting work when they're somewhat brand new. Can you just talk a little bit more about all that?
Yeah, absolutely. So starting to get into kind of the process by which Newton Public Schools looks at summer projects. So each year around January, February, they will put out a blank list to all of the principals and the custodians in the schools. It's primarily the principals, but they generate a list of projects or issues they'd like resolved in each one of their buildings. That list gets aggregated. And then David Stickney and his team work together with those principals to kind of balance the priorities with respect to kind of capital, well, not capital, but true building needs versus what has a tangible impact on the kind of feelings, if you will, in the building, because both are important. And then they prioritize that list, and it's funded from multiple sources. So the list that you're looking at right there is not all of the investments that are happening this year at Newton Public Schools. It is just a chunk of those lists, or chunk of that list that was broken out that added up to the $500,000 available for repurposing in this case. So I want to be very clear. If you're out there and your school didn't make the cut on this list, it does not mean that there are not projects happening outside of this list at your school.
One of the conversations we had, similar to what you're asking, Councilor Bixby, was people were a little surprised to see almost $31,000 to Zervis and flooring needs at Ager. Honestly, it's kind of escaping me what the answer was. I don't know if you remember off the top of your head. So yeah. I think it was sort of like, what have we learned from needing to spend $31,000 at this point?
Yeah, and actually, I almost said something that night, but it was late and I let it go. But I will share with you, I think one of the horrible mistakes that previous generations made in Newton is they neglected to invest in their new buildings because they believed they were new and didn't need it. Sometimes, even in a new building, it is wise to make investments to ensure that you're keeping that new building new. These buildings are heavily used with thousands and thousands of footsteps traipsing through stairwells. In this case, I think Ager, it was stairwells. And then restrooms, for example, the restrooms in our newer buildings and any of our buildings take a pretty good beating. So it's certainly from a prevention standpoint, it's very important that we catch those issues early, make those relatively modest investments, and keep those new buildings new.
Or like our roads work. Not letting our newer roads deteriorate and keeping them up.
Yeah.
More.
I think that's it for now. I mean, again, I'm hugely supportive of this investment in the schools and the school facility buildings generally. I just have feeling a lot of frustration about sort of the general process right now, but
Well, trust me, I share your
I know,
frustration.
yeah.
I mean, we're gonna get to the word underwood question. And, you know, as you've heard me say a million times, I came into this job and they were next on the list, and here I am almost 10 years later when we're finally getting to it. And I remember at the time that, I mean, I'll give you one example. One of the first things I worked on was the fact that the tennis court and the fence around it at Ward were falling apart. There were these holes in the fence with like these really sharp metal ends, and kids were climbing through and cutting themselves. And we tried to sit down and make a plan of what we were going to do. And it was like a Band-Aid plan for a very short period of time, because the idea was, well, the school's going to be redone. And then here we are, you know, and the thing's very much showing its age again. So it's tough. I mean, we, as a council, we're at the mercy of can I say the word? The P word, the prioritization of others. And it is true that all of these schools need our investment and our care. And obviously with respect to a high school, I mean, the return on investment is massive, you know, in terms of what's happening at that level of education, what these kids need. One of the things I react to, and you and I both have middle schoolers right now, is middle school also feels like this sort of giant neglected time, you know, in life in buildings. But it is hard when those buildings relatively are still in better shape than a lot of these elementary school buildings, and the experience in the high school level is so compelling. So anyway, just to say,
I guess conclude on a less frustrated note. I think your example of the fence is exactly right, and it is where some of my. I think we just do need, you know, I know you're working on a number of fronts, and this is a priority, but we need greater clarity again on the timeline in the community, so that the communities, the school communities, can make those decisions. You know, because we had a similar one at Mason Rice about the playground, and you know, should the PTO work on it? Will it be done with, you know, and then it's bumped down significantly and all that. So I think this is a moment to kind of as we're picking new buildings and new areas to invest, to let school communities know where they are and what's actually going to happen. So I'll conclude there. Thank you.
Other comments and questions, Councilor Maliki?
I just, could you explain what exactly are what were going to be the accessibility improvements at, I guess, Newton South that are not being done, and what's the consequences of not doing them?
Yeah, so basically anytime we're doing a restroom upgrade, we include accessibility improvements, because if we're moving or modifying any of the stalls in the restroom, we need to make sure that we're taking a hard look at any updates to MAB or ADA, since the restrooms were originally designed and constructed.
So it was only related to the bathroom work, and the rest of the school is as accessible as it should be?
That is correct. Well, I should say met accessibility codes when it was designed from a MAB standpoint, and certainly are ADA compliant at this stage.
We weren't intending to do any other work on accessibility other than the bathrooms.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Krinsman.
I saw no other comments, so I'm ready to move. I think we need to do them sort of one at a time, but I would move 136-26 as amended by Public Facilities.
Okay, so that Councilor Krinsman has moved to approve as amended by Public Facilities, item 136-26, just to be super clear. That is the request for $1,250,000 from, as amended, 2025 certified free cash, June 30, 2025 certified free cash for the Newton South High School feasibility design phase. So
as amended by the 2026
right.
certified free cash. Yep.
As amended by Public Facilities, where the docket item initially said June 30, 2026 certified free cash, to clarify that instead we will be using June 30, 2025 free cash. What further comments and questions do we have about the Newton South High School feasibility? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so I'm going to jump for a second to the other two that we just talked about so that we can finish those up, and then we'll come back. So let's go to 160-26. That's repurposing $500,000 for multiple small projects at MPS. And motion to approve by Counselor Krinsman. So now we're talking about the money that was earmarked for Newton South High School accessibility improvements to the bathrooms and is now earmarked for that list of items on page, I think it's 94 of our agenda. Can't tell. I think the page numbers underneath it. What comments or questions do we have on that? Okay, we've got a motion from Counselor Krinsman. Seeing no further comments and questions. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we're 7-0 on that. And so now let's finish up on 159-26. That's the repurposing of $833,948.85. And for the Burr School roof, if there's a motion.
Form of approval as amended by Public Facilities.
Okay, so Counselor Krinsman has moved approval as amended by Public Facilities to change Burr School roof to Burr School and Newton South High School roofs. What further comments and questions do we have on that? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? 7-0 on that. Okay, we're going to go back to page 4 of our agenda and take up 137-26, the authorization to appropriate and expend $1,250,000 from June 30, 2025 certified free cash for a police facility feasibility design phase. Commissioner and COO, would you like to lead us through this?
Sure. I'll start out. So again, it's a feasibility phase, same level services that we discussed. This would be for the police headquarters and training facility. As pointed out in our docket, the building was built in 1932 and is long overdue to get modernized. It's not conducive to modern policing. The departments are split up in 3 buildings between the police station, the garage building, which has a garage and holds evidence and other functions, and then you have the annex, which has detectives and other functions. So we're looking to move this forward. We started a study, pre-feasibility kind of test fit. We looked at these buildings, worked on programming with the previous police chief, and spent time doing some of the initial surveys and test fits, looking at all 3 buildings. That work had been funded through some ARPA monies that we had, and we're looking to build on that to move it into full feasibility phase. So happy to take questions.
Counselor Silver.
Yeah, I just have an overarching question on the feasibility. How frequently in the last, say, 5 years have we done a feasibility design phase and then not moved forward with construction?
I'm not aware of any. Okay. Every project we have done, we've built.
This sort of goes a little bit to Councillor Bixby's question. So once we commit to do the feasibility design study, it's pretty definite that we're going to actually do the project.
Well, I mean, assuming that the
we come up with
council
money. No, I
continues,
understand.
right, to approve it, and that the community supports the money.
Sure. Right. How about in the last 10 years?
I would actually go so far as to say that I don't believe, I certainly consider myself a bit of a Newton historian when it comes to building projects. I don't believe that the city of Newton has ever conducted a feasibility study for a large building replacement or gut renovation addition and not move forward with it. I don't think we've had a failed debt exclusion override in my knowledge, and prior to Prop 2.5, it was a very different system back then. There really wasn't a feasibility study. You just essentially raised the levy for the amount you needed to go design and build a new building.
I think things do evolve in feasibility. So a perfect example I can give you is I was on the working group for what was initially a combined Lincoln Elliott and early childhood program. And I served on that group with our COO and our commissioner. Initially coming in, the thinking was that the early childhood program was going to operate within that Lincoln Elliott building, and all of that was going to be in one place. And then as we went through feasibility and we realized that we were going to be spending nearly as much to renovate Old Horace Mann to move NECP in there on a on a short-term basis, that we could make them a permanent home in their own building for a rapidly growing program with just a little bit more investment, and that our needs for the Lincoln Elliott building were more expansive than what we initially thought. So that ended up becoming two separate projects, and it did evolve, and it was one of those experiences where the buildings commissioner and the COO will take us through like literally every site in the city to look at for each of these different buildings to figure out exactly what we're going to do. So, things do evolve.
Right.
If that's at all useful.
Somehow you have to get Brown in part of the Newton South feasibility sort of, because they touch maybe just almost.
Shared campus.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, that's all.
Okay.
Thanks.
Other, Councilor Greenberg.
Thank you. You had mentioned there was some parts of the feasibility done in the previous administration. It was
We
not
did.
full feasibility.
No, it was not a full feasibility study. We looked at the existing buildings and how much space was in them. And then, sort of their conditions, and then concentrated a lot on the police operations program to really understand how it worked. And then we looked at some test fits of how we might be able to put those functions into the buildings that we had. The work is good. Obviously we'll revisit the planning, programming. There's still the same departments, you have the admin piece, and you have traffic, and you have dispatch, and you have detention and evidence and the shooting range. And so it will build from that work. We just arrived at that point. And then we were going to have a change in administration. We held up, to see where we were going to go. And currently now there is a move to really try and address the need for the police station. So to build on what we've done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Maliki.
Is that report or whatever came out of that initial study, is that available? And was there a presentation to public facilities at some point? I just like to, when you get a chance, I'd like to get a copy of it and where to watch any discussion.
Yep. We can get you the information. I
can answer that.
I don't know if it's posted on our site, but yeah.
It did not go to public facilities. We do have the draft report, and we can certainly get you a copy, Counselor.
Okay, thanks.
Other comments and questions? Is there a motion on the item?
I'll move it.
Motion to approve by Councilor Greenberg. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item 138-26, authorization to appropriate and expend $1,250,000 from June 30, 2025 certified free cash for elementary schools feasibility design phase. And this is to include the Ward and or Warden Underwood elementary schools. Commissioner and COO.
So since we discussed pretty in depth what the feasibility is, I'll let the Chief Operations Officer discuss a bit on what the next steps are working with the school committee.
So we are targeting right now June 1st for a presentation by myself to the school committee with a recommendation regarding the consolidation of Ward and Underwood. This has been something that Mayor Laredo had asked me to take a look at starting in January. It's been something of that has been discussed in school committee previously, that I was working on this. I am also going to be hosting a community meeting on this in about 2 weeks, May 26th, Tuesday at 6 p.m. Actually today was working with Newton Public Schools to help get that word out through Susie and Becca, the principals at Ward and Underwood. And ultimately my recommendation to the school committee, should they choose to accept it, will then lead the way for them to make a formal recommendation, or I guess a formal endorsement, because Underwood or Ward was next on the list anyways, that we move forward with the Ward schools, should that be the recommendation that I ultimately make on June 1st. Just so that everybody knows, the notice that I will be getting out to the Ward and Underwood parent community here shortly, I am going to include ultimately where I am headed with this recommendation. I thought that was important because I want to make sure that I am not causing any undue stress or harm to the Ward and Underwood parent communities in advance of that meeting. I also thought that meeting might be a little more productive if the parents know kind of what they're walking into. Happy to answer any questions you might have about that aspect of this. Ultimately, then we would roll right into, provided the school committee supports this, the feasibility phase for the project if they ultimately approve.
Okay, comments and questions? I got all mine out in public facilities. Yeah.
I won't go into any more rants this evening, but can you just clarify the timeline a little bit? So you said there's a community meeting when in May?
So it is May 26th. So that is a Tuesday at 6 p.m.
Which we currently are starting. Well, that's currently on our calendar for committee of the whole budget deliberation.
Okay. And then the next week after that, you will present to the school committee your recommendation, and they are anticipated to vote?
No, so I don't want to certainly speak for the school committee, but their typical policy is they don't vote the same night that something is introduced. I would anticipate that they would probably take a vote on June 15th.
Okay.
As to consolidation or not.
Right. And then whatever we approve to fund will go to a feasibility study to whatever the outcome of that is, either one of the schools or a combined school. This statement is flexible and it will go to.
It's flexible to a certain extent.
Yeah.
It's clear as to Ward and unclear as to Underwood.
Okay.
So I don't, you can speak to that.
Yes, so the two scenarios where this could move forward based on the language that we presented, which was intentional, is that the school committee could either opt that we move forward with a consolidated Ward and Underwood, in which case that would be the feasibility process that we would move forward on, or it would fund the feasibility for a new or major renovation of the Ward Elementary School.
And Underwood would
be at some point
thereafter. Okay, got it. That all makes a certain amount of sense, I guess.
It has been a long road, a long and dramatic road to get to this point.
Yep.
Councilor Greenberg.
Oh, thank you. So are you able to say tonight what your recommendation is, CEO Morse?
I want to make sure that ultimately that I'm being careful about releasing this information in conjunction with my partners at Newton Public Schools. But I will say that I was foreshadowing when I said that I want to make sure that the parents know what they're walking into so that I'm not causing any unnecessary harm to them or additional stress.
He obviously has an idea of where it's at. And part of the problem, of course, is discussing it here rather than in a thoughtful, format that reaches everyone at a similar time is not necessarily the wise way to roll out his recommendation.
So your recommendation may either be consolidate the two schools and do a feasibility with that, or do just Ward and the feasibility for that, leaving Underwood waiting.
So Underwood, yes, Underwood would ultimately be a school done in the future. And part of my conversation, I just want to be clear for our Ward 1 colleagues, our counselors, and for anybody else listening. Part of the presentation that I'm going to give on the 26th to the Ward and Underwood communities is I want to make, and I am going to walk them through not only the consolidation, but some key items that I know specifically the Underwood community has expressed concerns about with respect to everything from can the school site accommodate a future school? If we were to move forward with just Ward, is that a way of down the road being able to consolidate Underwood into Ward? I'm going to hit those items very, very openly and transparently. And I would welcome people to join. If you're able to, I do apologize. I know there's a city council meeting that night. The calendar is insane this month, and I definitely want to try to meet the June 1st meeting with the school committee before they ultimately go on summer break. So.
Well, I appreciate you hitting on those points because, you know, the major fear is if Ward's done, that eventually the population in Underwood would just be dispersed throughout the rest of the school district, and there'll be no more Underwood. So that's the primary concern there.
I'm well aware of that, and I'm looking forward to addressing that very issue in that meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councilor Mickley.
Thank you. Maybe this isn't a question you can answer tonight, Josh, but the recommendation for consolidation, do you have a location in mind? If so, can you share it?
This is a bit of a rabbit hole, but I'll try to be brief. If we were to consolidate the Ward and Underwood elementary schools, by FY33, the design enrollment, if everything goes if everything plays out the way I anticipate it to, considering not only the January 2026 Newton Public Schools enrollment report, but the 2024 McKibben demographic report, increases in enrollment projected based on adjustments to transportation, fertility rates, housing turnover, and if we see a return to standard or historical standard private school attendance for specifically the Ward school district, but to some extent Underwood as well, your total design enrollment would be approximately 660 students, making it the largest elementary school in Newton's history, size-wise comparable to what we see at our middle schools at both Oak Hill and Bigelow. I say all that to say that would require a pretty ample site. It would not, I don't think it's feasible to consider a school of that size would be something that could fit at the Underwood school site. I mean, anything is engineering from an engineering standpoint possible, but I think the sacrifices to the program would be too significant. And I'm not sure that the neighborhood would be able to support that. Over at the Ward school site, reminding everybody that the Ward Park is Article 97 protected. So we have about half of that parcel is for the school itself, as well as an 18-foot elevation change around the perimeter. So the buildable area is a little smaller. I think that while the 660 student school, approximately 95,400 square feet could fit on the site, I think that with the staffing that would be required to support that school, parent drop off, I don't think that Dolphin Road and the surrounding streets would be able to accommodate that without significant challenges that would ultimately result in, what I believe would be an increase in school transportation costs, which for the Finance Committee, I will just remind everybody, historically escalated 7% per year, as opposed to the rest of the generated savings that would be anticipated in a consolidation, which escalated about 3.5% a year. So at approximately 23 years out, the estimated savings from consolidation would be dwarfed by the increase in transportation costs. So I say all that to say that I don't believe that the Ward School site would ultimately adequately support a 660 student school. The only other viable site that we're aware of would be the Burr Park that has been thrown out there at approximately 220,000 square feet. It also has some significant elevation changes that would have to be addressed, but doable. The bigger issues there would be the land is Article 97 protected. One might say that you could do a land swap with both the Ward and Underwood school sites, but those two sites in total only equal about 75% of the land area of Burr Park. Also to be considered is that the Burr Park fields support the Bigelow Middle School. It's the only outdoor area that they have. So if we were to take that over for a consolidated 660 student school, the Bigelow Middle School would cease to have those fields available to them. So I don't believe that that would be a viable site as well. In addition, it's a raw site, so your site development costs would be significantly greater. So that's a long way of saying, Councillor Mickley, I don't have a good viable site for a consolidated Ward and Underwood Elementary School.
Thanks for that very detailed response. Impressive to have all those facts and figures memorized in your head. Yeah, thanks for sharing. I guess, Councillor Grossman, I know this is an issue you've been close to. Before you vote on it, want to share any color and commentary from your perspective?
I could spend the whole night sharing my color and commentary. These are, I think they're the two oldest. I mean, Underwood is over 100 years old, and Ward is currently planning its 100-year celebration of the building right now. These buildings are in desperate shape, and these communities have been waiting a really long time. I know I sort of, when I think back on it, I really regret that in the past, the idea of consolidation was floated almost as like a foregone conclusion that was absolutely going to happen. Back when I had that timeline of the building priorities, and this was before we were sworn in 2018, so like 2016, 2017, there was this long piece of paper we used to get on our desks that laid out this year-by-year timeline of when each school was going to start feasibility, when the students would move into a swing space, and it was all laid out. And at the time, it was also prioritized based on the condition of the school. And Ward was rated as in the next worst condition after Andrews, Oaks, and Cabot. To take nothing away from the needs of Underwood at the time, Underwood was 15th on the list of 15 elementary schools. Then they became this conflated thing. In the time that we had the initial working group that literally had one meeting the night before the schools closed for COVID. And then that obviously fell apart. And then the attempt to bring it back to life when we were in the interim process and had an interim superintendent, had no clear leadership or voting process or decision-making process on this working group that I don't even know who created it, that we were on. And that was an utter disaster. And here we are. So I think what I'll say is I am really excited that I feel like we are now in a position where our leaders, our mayor, our COO, of course, in conjunction with our buildings commissioner, are like really dialing this down to what makes sense and works and putting the data behind it with what I think is going to be a lot of transparency. So I think in the end, everyone is going to be pleased with where it all goes. But as to the conversation we had earlier about Newton South, moving forward with one thing means other people are waiting. How long are they waiting? With what timeline? I mean, all of that hopefully is short, but depends on what our community will support. So all I will say is that I'm incredibly enthusiastic. I mean, public facilities, I literally raised my hand before the buildings commissioner even gave his presentation to move approval, because I was like jumping out of my seat to do it. And sitting in this chair, obviously I won't, but I'm very grateful for the hard work that is going into moving the ball forward here, and frankly with these other projects as well. So that hopefully we can get to the next phase of really great work and then get to the next one and keep going, because obviously we have so much need. So I don't know if that answered your question, Councilor Mitchell.
Yeah, very helpful. Thank you.
Councilor Bixby, did you
Really
have a
quickly,
question?
and thank you, that's great perspective. CEO Morris, I mean, I'm assuming with all the statistics and information you just shared with us, that you're both looking at and the capacity of the adjacent buildings. I mean, because these two communities are next to the new Lincoln Elliott, the new Cabot, and Mason Rice, which has quickly gone from 4 classes per grade level down to 2. And also then the impact on those school communities of any decision that's made here, because I think we've seen as capacity has grown in some of the newer buildings and buffer zones shift and all that. So a quick response to that, please.
Yeah, no, very fair question. I think that, you know, as part of the feasibility, well, as part of the work that I've been doing over the last 5 months, I certainly have taken a hard look at that. I will admit I only took it so far because you can do that ripple effect all the way out to the very edges of the city. But I do think that it's important when you're making decisions about facility investments that you're looking at least to the immediately adjacent school districts. I'm aware of that. I think that one of the things that I would recommend, let's just say hypothetically, that the recommendation was to not consolidate. I would think that for both Ward and Underwood, we would not want to be looking to build large elementary schools. I don't think that the enrollment, I don't think each one of those schools ultimately support that larger enrollment. And you could conceivably end up with, you know, large amounts of space that is underutilized. So, and I think when that happens, the more you build excess capacity with each one of your school projects, the more pressure it ultimately creates on the system to look further at consolidation. And I think this kind of gets into a more philosophical conversation that ultimately probably resides in the school committee. But ultimately, it's a conversation about neighborhood schools, which really gets into you know, what makes Newton great, and that is something that I would defer to our colleagues over at school committee on with respect to neighborhood schools and what that definition ultimately is. But again, I do think that not only is it important to consider the adjacent districts when you're looking at the decision of sizing of these school projects, but I also think the work of the Student Assignment Working Group, which operates at Newton Public Schools and reports out to the school committee, is critically important as well, because that's how they ensure that they're balancing you know, class sizes with buffer districts, for example, or buffer areas, so that we are avoiding situations like what ultimately, or one of the things that ultimately led to the Ward and Underwood Task Force, which was that unusually small K classroom or K cohort that materialized at Ward that one year.
Okay.
Do you need somebody to move approval?
Yes.
Motion to approve by Councilor Princeman. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We're 7-0. Okay, we have one more buildings item, which is 141-26, authorization to appropriate and expend $63,573.42 from June 30, 2025, certified free cash for Underwood security cameras. Commissioner and COO Morse, I know this one's pretty straightforward.
Yes, I can jump in. So this was, as indicated in our docket, there was a fire of suspicious origin at the Underwood School. And in order to enhance the security there right away, the school department put in the cameras to, you know, create a deterrent and address the situation. They have reached out and asked if the city would be able to help them out, given their budget conditions, to reimburse them for the $63,000 and the administration is in support of it, I could let either the COO or the CFO add anything if they needed to. But as you said, it's pretty straightforward.
At public facilities, the discussion essentially clarified that the incident that occurred really demanded that these cameras be installed immediately. So there wasn't a hesitation to do it. But then the school department essentially came and said, can you help us out with this? So this money has been spent. These cameras are installed. I do think one thing that came out of the public facilities discussion was desire on the part of the committee to have a discussion after budget time about what the current state of security cameras is in the schools. And there was a question also about, is anybody actively monitoring these cameras? And the answer was no. So it's not like somebody's sitting there watching these cameras all day long. It's footage that is accessible should something happen to see what occurred. Any comments or questions? Motion?
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Counselor Krinsman. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, just a quick check-in with our clerk. That's all the free cash items. So now what we have left is the ordinance amendment and the public hearing and our budget. Right? I didn't miss anything? Yes. Okay. Just having to keep me honest. Thank you. Okay, so item 151-26. This is His Honor the Mayor requesting an ordinance amendment to Chapter 2, Administration of our ordinances to reorganize the purchasing department under the Financial Services Department. You'll all remember that we approved this and then understood that we needed to have a public hearing on this. So the city council voted to send this back to us in order for us to have the public hearing. So do I need a motion for a public hearing? Or I can just open it?
You can open.
All right.
Close it.
I am going to open the public hearing on this item at this time. Are there any members of the public who wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Close the public hearing.
There is a motion by Councilor Krinsman to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? I declare the public hearing closed. Do we have further comments or questions on this item and the reorganization? Yes.
So I've significantly rethought this item since we last took it up. And I'm still committed going forward. So I'll move approval.
Motion to approve by the jokester on my right, Councilor Krinsman. Any further comments, questions, or discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. 7-0 on that. So we are going into the budget overview section of the evening. I meant to say at the beginning, if anybody needs a break, I'm going to plow right through, but feel free to take breaks as needed. I just also to give everybody a run of show, we're going to start with our assessing department, and then Ms. Pizzi O'Brien, if it's okay with you, I was going to have HR second. And then we, Ms. Lemieux, you can tell me, do you want to do executive capability first? I'm just looking at getting people out of here as quickly as possible. So we'll do assessing and then HR, and then you tell me executive.
I think after HR, Madam Chair, if you wanted to do sustainability and economic development, and then leave financial services and the rest of executive for the very end, probably makes the most sense.
Perfect. We are going to start with assessing. Welcome, Director of Assessment Administration, Jim Shaughnessy.
Hi, and I'm going to hope that one of my strengths tonight is brevity. So we have, in my opinion, no disrespect to the other departments, we have the best staff in the city. I'm thrilled that I'm able to work with them every day. Some of the questions that might come up today will either be addressed by me or Maureen. So if I pause, it may be because it's Maureen's response and not mine. So my budget, I don't think you can have many questions on the budget because the discretionary spending is $67,000 and half of that goes to software licensing. So we really don't have a lot of money to spend. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you guys have.
Well, you answered my main question in advance, which has been asking each of the department heads what you would do if your discretionary budget were to be increased or decreased. And you had emailed in advance that you would love to pay your staff more money if it was available. And that they're excellent colleagues and excellent representatives of the city. But that if you had to cut funds, since most of your budget is salaries, that would cause a reduction in staff levels, which obviously is not desirable and was echoed in other similar questions to your colleagues who run other departments. And I don't know, do folks want more of an overview? Do you want to get right into questions? Okay, questions.
I just sent Mr. Shaughnessy 3 questions. Do you want to just go through those?
Fire away.
Okay, so the first, since it came up with the ISD budget, city cars. Do your people who are out and about, are they using pool cars as they need it? And do you ever have problems getting them? Because apparently ISD does, or do they have assigned cars?
We have 4 assigned cars to our office, so we have no problems with vehicles.
Okay, and then I'm always curious, is village center zoning having a measurable effect yet on sales prices and trickling down into assessed values?
We haven't seen enough sales to give any evidence one way or another, but we're always watching it. There's only been a few that have even opted into it right now, so it's too early to tell.
Okay, and then on the assessors database, which is such a great resource for everyone and easily accessible, I was wondering how easy or hard or expensive or whatever it is to add a field or fields the way was done when we added the HERS rating to each property, because it came up in again the ISD discussion that we don't really have a good follow-up procedure for making sure that special permit conditions that are supposed to last forever, i.e. like screening and abutting property with, landscaping to block the driveway or something like that. We don't have a way to keep track, or for the general public, like the person who moves in next door, to know if, that hedge goes away, is that a violation? And if they were wondering if there was a way to flag something like that, yes, no, there's a special permit condition on a property.
Yeah, there's probably a variety of ways you could do it. I don't know if you would store that information in our database, but you could certainly store it as like a map layer so that someone could just overlay to see where special permits were granted. I mean, I don't want to speak for Doug Greenfield, our GIS administrator, but that would be pretty easy to do. And so if anyone just wanted to drop a map on and say, okay, have there been a special permit here? They could see yes or no that way.
But that would be the easiest way to do it, have it like an overlay, like the overlay for, FEMA floodplains, or overlay for whatever.
Oh, the HERS rating does the same thing.
So we have a hand for Ms. Lemieux. Did you want to weigh in?
Well, I was just going to jump in and say, I think Councilor Maliki, unfortunately, I don't think it's something that really resides in the assessors database. It's probably something that we would want to add to NewGov itself, or as Jim just said, to our GIS layers. And I think so either IT or ISD are probably the better departments to really give you answers on that.
Yeah, I just like somehow the HERS rating got in as a number at the very bottom of all the other numbers that are listed with a property. So I was wondering how that got in there. But okay, thank you. I'll follow up.
Was that your questions, or did you have another? Okay. Others? Councilor Bixby.
I too emailed my questions, and just was hoping to hear a little bit more about the lower budgeted new growth. It says in the budget book, due to a slight reduction in number of permits issued and a slight decrease in the value of those permits. Is there any other color you can provide on that? And where we see, to the extent you can guess or see where the trend lines are going?
Maureen?
I-
Oh, you want me to
well,
jump? I can.
Actually, I was going to say, why don't you start, Jim?
All right.
And then I'll.
So every year we look at the number of permits, and calendar year 2025 was probably the largest year in new growth in the last 5 years easily. And there was about a 16 to 20% reduction in the number of permits and the value on the permits. So if someone says, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. So it just stands to not that there's a lot of correlation, because you got to take out the exempt properties. Like if the city of Newton pulls a huge building permit, or if Boston College pulls a huge permit, they're not going to add any value to the city because they're tax exempt. But it stands to reason that if you have less permits and less work, there's probably going to be less new growth when the dust settles. And that's just based upon looking at the number of permits and the amount estimated work on the permits. We go out and visit every permit so that the number on the permit just tells us there was work done, but we go out and physically see what was done and does it impact the value of the property. And everything from calendar 24 to 25 was down. So you had to be a little bit more conservative with your estimate because there weren't as many people doing as bigger jobs.
So you said 24 was a record high?
Calendar 24. So as of January 1st, 2025, which would be our fiscal 26 growth, we're on $6.7 million, which was certainly the highest number in the last 5 years. And the vast majority of that is residential property. The new trend now is even when you're building large apartment buildings, there's one floor of commercial and then there'll be 100 apartments above it. So they're predominantly residential as well. And so that's, people want to live in Newton. They want to buy houses in Newton. They want to renovate their existing houses in Newton. And if the calendar 24 was the highest of the last 5 years.
And so now I'll jump in to get to how we ended up developing the amount that we used in the budget. So clearly, based on everything that Jim and his team have seen with the data that we collect, we would never put in an amount that was equal to last year's new growth. And so that was just about $6.8 million. The average for the last 5 years is 6.1 million. If we just took the numbers and did the math that Jim is so fabulous at, we would have landed at 5.8 million. And so what I did was land a little bit in between and put in a number of 6.1 million. So I spend my life pushing poor Jim, asking him about new growth and, trying to squeeze out every bit that we can. In the end, whatever our new growth is, DOR sets our tax rate. And so this will all happen in November with our tax recap. We will know what new growth is. We will know what the state has voted to give us for Chapter 70 funding for our unrestricted funds. All of that gets adjusted when we set our tax rate. So what we have in front of you is a budget. There are always different things that happen that create variables along the way, some of which we end up adjusting when we're setting the tax rate. Some things we don't adjust. So there still is a long ways to go, but so we ended up with a $6.1 million new growth number in the budget. That is definitely less than last year because all indications are that we will not see an amount that is as high as last year, but in line with what our last 5-year average has been.
Thank you. That's helpful to know. And I mean, I guess you feel confident going in. I know this is part of what makes this all very complicated. There's the timelines, right? So you feel confident going into November with this slightly more, expansive to 99% budgeting, that this number will get us where we need to be, even if it's slightly higher than the 5.8 million that you said just the math would show?
I'm confident with the budget in its entirety. that we will be there. That's what I say. There are always different variations along the way. Right now, any of the variations that we have seen since we actually locked this down and started to hit print, so far, any of the variations are going in our direction. So even if we were off by a couple 100,000 here with new growth, at least at the moment, the other numbers are going in the right direction for us.
Thank you. And then the other question I had was similar in terms of the forecasting. We were lowering the reserve for abatements overlay from 0.88% to 0.275% of levy limit. Can you just provide a little bit more color on that as well?
So again, I'll look at Jim. Do you have, did you end up being able to pull the trends? Did you see my email from earlier?
I did not, but it's, I mean, I can, by lowering the overlay, that frees up money somewhere else. And without sounding like I'm bragging about our office, I have to brag about our office. And I'm very comfortable with that reduction because I think we do a very good job of keeping the assessed values fair. And, you know, that overlay also includes all the elderly exemptions that you approve, the water and sewer discounts, the disabled veteran work-off program, that all those funds come out of that as well. So, but I think that we'll be fine looking at Maureen's reduced number. I don't think it'll be a problem whatsoever. It's, you know, it's a tribute to our office, and I'm very happy that she sees that.
So now I'll jump in. So it absolutely is a tribute to his office. The DOR is so supportive of our assessing department, and it's because of the integrity and the knowledge with which they approach all of our assessed values. That being said, setting the overlay amount is always, everything we do is a balance. This is not rocket science, but it becomes incredibly complicated. And so I know people, and I'm not sure if people may want to ask us about overlay surplus tonight, but if we put too much money, if we set too much money aside in overlay each year as we're putting the budget together and setting the tax rate, if we know that we're really only going to have, say, 0.4 or 0.3 of 1% of our levy limit that we need for overlay, and that's to cover those different programs that Jim just mentioned, our surplus overlay grows at a faster rate than we perhaps need it to. And so what I'm trying to do, and what I tried to do this year, was really strike that balance to make sure that the 0.75 of 1% ends up equaling, I think it's about 3.4 million that we have that's part of this budget as what we've set aside for overlay. I am very confident in that number, but it's less than what we have been doing, and that's by design. Again, so that we could put a little bit more money toward the operating budget. Everything that we're doing, though, as I said the other night when we did the presentation, is designed to lower free cash a bit. It's designed to enable us to put money into the operating budgets now, instead of quote unquote using one-time funds in the future. But it also has been done very, very carefully. And even though it's more aggressive than we've done, I want to say it still is conservative in the fact that I'm comfortable with the numbers.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that, and it just helps for a few more of us to have insight into that. So thank you for sharing all that.
Thank you. And that actually does dovetail into the overlay surplus topic. So I had emailed Mr. Shaughnessy earlier today that earlier in the Finance Committee's budget discussions, Councillor Charm had asked me about overlay surplus and, you know, where the appropriate time was to ask about that. Unfortunately, Councillor Charm wasn't able to be here tonight, but I do think that it's helpful for the committee to understand, you know, not just what it is, but how it's declared, how much is in the overlay account currently, and how much the city has tended to carry in the overlay surplus account. If you want to give us a a brief history of how it's been treated.
All right. Typically, we'll start with the big one that I'm sure most of you are aware of. A couple years ago, we released $20,500,000 from the overlay, and that's because Eversource had a 13 or 14-year case that we felt one way and they felt another way, and there was no middle ground. They wanted to be X. We didn't believe they should be X. So you had to keep that in reserve in case somehow they were successful in court. And they went to court a lot, and every step of the way they were not successful. Our opinion proved to be accurate, and theirs was proved to be not so accurate. So ultimately, when their cases were essentially, they ultimately withdrew because they knew that there was nowhere to go. So now we no longer had to hold that money in there. And it'd be great if you never had anybody who had to contest it but there's a lot of things in that fund. Again, the veterans exemptions, the senior exemptions, the blind exemptions, the workout programs, that all comes out of that every year as well. And I think one of the questions was, how often has there been release of the overlay? Back in like 2010, 2011, 2012, you'd see $800,000 released one year, $1 million released one year. After a year or two, you could see, okay, here's the trends. Here are the people that have contested it. Here are the people that have gone away. Here are the people who've withdrawn. Then it built up and built up because you had to keep Eversource was in there. So when the mayor requests an overlay surplus release, it's our job to look at it and say, okay, I understand everybody has financial pressures and financial goals, but I have to make sure the city is safe so that if for some reason, I'll just give an example, there was a $200 million building that wanted to be $100 million. Well, that would be $2 million off a tax bill. And if they had 5 years of appeals, that would be $10 million. You have to have that money available to give back if they're somehow successful. And so depending on who's appealed or who's going to court is when you do a balancing act. And like for now, if Maureen said, well, how many appeals do we have right now for fiscal 26? I can't answer that question because the people have till August 1st where they can even apply to appeal a decision. So so after we see who's going where and see where we stand, then you have a better sense of what you can release. We also, the last few years, we reach out to the bigger, larger property owners just to kind of inform them, this is where your assessment's going. Here's how we come up with that number. This is why we think it's fair. So that when they open up their bills in December, there's not even a question. They already understand it. They already know it. And so they don't appeal it. They don't go anywhere and everybody's happy. And, if we have 30,000 bills that go out a year, 29,900 people don't appeal. That's pretty good. That's what I think we're most proud of, because when our staff's talking to people, talking to property owners, talking to business owners, as long as they feel they're being treated fairly, that's what people want. And I think we do that better than anybody. So the Eversource was a one-time release. That number I don't think would ever get replicated again, but you never know if some utility company or some large building owner drags out appeals for 10 or 12 years, I could see where that would happen again. But I wish that the court system would move a little faster sometimes, especially when they rule in your favor 6 times. Maybe the 7th time they should maybe move it along, but it all works out in the end. So
now I'll jump in and kind of give you the philosophy, if you will. When I first started here back in 2010, the city was really in financial crisis. And I don't know that any of you were on the council back at that point in time, at least anyone who's in the room tonight. We were releasing overlay funds even as small as a couple $100,000 to be able to cover different things that the city wanted to do. We're in a much different place financially now. All these free cash items that we've put in front of you, and in all of the different things that we've been able to do and that we've bonded for over the years, we manage the city differently so that we are not running to the assessing department for small amounts of money. So one of the key things about the overlay account is the way that it's set up. The mayor is the one who requests that the Board of Assessors release overlay funds. It doesn't just happen willy-nilly. The mayor has to send a letter. It's in the DLS guidelines of how this is all done. We have not requested that. Since we had the large distribution a few years ago, that was the Eversource case. Last summer, Mayor Fuller and our COO, Jonathan Yo, myself, and I think Josh Morse was part of those conversations. We had conversations about whether or not we ought to ask the assessors to release any funds. And then we decided that, and there was about $8 million, I think at the time last summer, that we thought could potentially be released. We decided not to do anything because clearly there was a new administration that was going to come in, and they may have particular things that they would want to use those funds for. Here we are now 5 months into the new administration. As you said, Madam Chair, earlier, we gave you a huge flurry of uses of free cash at this point because it takes an administration a few months to really get to a point where they figure out what it is that we're going to be doing and what things we want to bring forward as free cash. We have, up to this point, decided to hold on to the overlay. Things are so expensive nowadays. We all know that. We know how much it costs us to pave. We have so many big things that we need to do as a city that we have not moved forward to declare overlay surplus for tiny amounts of money. We have other ways to take care of those things. So right now, there is probably, I assume, still a solid, I assume you would agree with me still, Jim, a solid $8 million if we wanted the Board of Assessors to release funds. We have not yet, as an administration, even really delved into those conversations yet. So I wouldn't expect to see us do anything too soon, but I would expect that by us getting tighter with how we're setting it aside in the budgetary process, we're going to, again, by design, shrink that amount that drops into what would be a surplus category in each of these next few years. But we definitely have millions of dollars. It's whether or not we're going to want to use that money for paving, for some capital project, rather than bonding something big that we might be wanting to do. We haven't had those conversations yet, but I would think that that's kind of where we will go with the conversations.
Mr. Shaughnessy, can you just confirm, is that about your understanding of about what is in the overlay account?
I would agree that if we were asked to release $8 million, we could do it. No questions asked.
Okay. Ms. Lemieux, am I remembering right? Did we have 2 releases from the overlay account? The Eversource release and then one before that? Or am I conflating multiple events?
We did when I believe Elizabeth was still here, Elizabeth Dromey. I think we released about $7 million.
2017 was a $7 million release.
Yeah, and that was, we used it for paving. So we've really morphed into almost what had been a philosophy of waiting and releasing larger chunks of money so that we could do big things with it. As I said, we have not had serious conversations. Mayor Laredo and I and Josh Morse have not really had serious conversations about that yet.
Okay. Other questions or comments for Mr. Shaughnessy in the assessing department? Okay, I think we've probably reached our moment where a straw vote would be in order. And I want to be clear, because I didn't read these docket numbers into the record before, that we are discussing items 1-26, submittal of the fiscal year 2027 to 2031 capital improvement plan, 154-26, submittal of the fiscal year 2027 to 2031 supplemental capital improvement plan, and 155-26, submittal of the fiscal year 2027 municipal and school operating budget. At this time, I would like to ask if there's a motion for a straw vote to accept the assessing budget of $1,511,763, the supplemental CIP and the CIP. I'll move it. Motion by Councilor Malachy. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all those in, oh, Mr. Curley, what'd I miss?
Sorry, Chair Grossman, I have an answer for the earlier question. I figured I would mention it while Jim is still here.
Sure.
Or Mr. Shaughnessy is still here. So I believe it's been a while, but I believe it was Councilor Krinsman that asked it about a snow and ice deficit.
Yes.
So snow and ice is governed by Mass General Law, Chapter 4431D, if anyone is bored enough to read it themselves. But it basically allows the deficit to be raised on top of the tax levy. So if the tax levy is $450 million and we have a $5 million deficit in snow and ice, we can tax the residents $455 million. That deficit has to be approved by local officials, which would be you as council, and it also needs to be certified by the DOR. But then it goes on to the tax rate recap, and we can actually increase the amount we tax the following year.
And does it carry over indefinitely, or does it have to be reversed in future years?
No, it doesn't increase the actual tax levy. It increases what you can raise for the year. So it's the tax levy plus the deficit just for that year.
So in Steve's example, if it was $450 million plus $5 million, the following year you'd go up 2.5% off the $450 million, not the $455 million.
Yes.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So we had a motion for a straw vote in the amount of $1,511,763 for supplemental CIP and the CIP for the assessing department by Councilor Malachy. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that's 7-0 in favor. Mr. Shaughnessy, thank you and really appreciate your patience to allow us to get through all of our free cash items before getting to our budget process.
I appreciate you having me here.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye.
And I'd like to now welcome our HR department and our director, Michelle Pizzi O'Brien, and acting HR deputy, Sam Nyman. I didn't realize you were the acting HR deputy, Mr. Nyman. And I think we've also been joined by Senior Human Resources Business Manager, Mary O'Neill. I believe I saw Ms. O'Neill on the screen. Welcome, and my same thanks to you for your patience in getting to it this late hour. We'd love for you to introduce your budget to us.
Sure. Thank you so much, and good evening, councilors. Can everybody hear me? My sound is is off today. Okay, great. Wonderful to see you all. I am going to try to follow Mr. Shaughnessy's example and strive for brevity, but given my track record, please note that strive does not guarantee success, but I will do my best. I'm going to cut out a lot of details. So our fiscal year 27 HR budget reflects an increase of approximately $68,000, so about $5,000 over the original 5% over the original fiscal year 26. Our personnel services increased about $35,000, which reflects salary adjustments and a new part-time billing analyst position. Our incidental accounts over the last, several years have been invested in and have increased, so they are fairly healthy. So we only have some small increases in those accounts as they've grown over the years, with our consultants and our training accounts remaining fully funded at $75,000. A little bit about some of the things that we're doing or have done and plan to do. 26 was a very productive year for us. We experienced, and I mean citywide, not just on the HR team, we experienced pretty positive trends in recruitment and tension, though we still see some areas of the public sector labor market, especially entry level, public safety, and some of our skilled labor areas where we feel challenges that really aren't unique to Newton. And we are talking to people regionally because it seems to be a bit of a regional issue as well. I do want to thank our senior HR business manager, Mary O'Neill, who's here with us today, and our HR business partner, Michelle McGonigal, who work in department support and work on recruitment. Their creativity and dedication, I appreciate so much. They continue to attend job fairs, building pipelines, and working with our departments and our unions to think strategically about recruitment. As you may recall, two big hires in fiscal year 26 was our city clerk, clerk of the council, and our police chief, and we're currently working with the library board of trustees to recruit a library director. We had a full day of interviews today, actually. In the coming year, we're really excited to partner with Chief Cahoon on some strategic police recruitment, including exploring the local register, the hybrid hiring pathway, which I'm sure he spoke to, so I won't go into detail on that. In terms of labor relations, we settled several union contracts in the last round. We've continued our contract integration work and made a lot of progress on policies and SOPs. We were fortunate with the law department recently hired an excellent labor relations attorney, Alejandra Hung, and she has been working with us on contract integration and all of that. In the last few months, she's been with us. So that's been a great new partnership to our team. We recently worked with the law department, mayor's office, department leadership to update our non-discrimination policy. And last year rolled out last calendar year, our employee telework policy and memorialized our commitments in a policy under the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. We did supervisory training, customer service, employee development training programs. Going to skip a lot of that detail because what I'd like to really get to is my deep thanks to our benefits team for another exceptional year in the area of employee benefits. As Maureen, our CFO, can speak to, we have really committed to that in the last 5, 6, 7 years. Deep thanks to our benefits manager, Carolyn Wilson, our benefit consultant, Ginger Hastings, for all their really, truly hard, dedicated work. A lot of complex work, a lot of hours, and to Maureen and her finance team, because without them and their tremendous support, we couldn't do benefit administration is challenging, and they're very helpful in that way. Crossing between the last 2 years, we partnered with the Hartford for Newton Life Insurance Plan, and then a vision insurance through Altus that was crossing between the last 2 years into last fiscal year. And most recently, we worked closely with our unions to expand our deferred comp plans through Nationwide, which is a huge task because that was employee money. And we had a wonderful committee, and that worked out very well. We continue to partner up for wellness with CMG Associates. Very fortunate for that relationship, and Blue Cross and Blue Shield. I won't go into details because of the time, but happy to answer questions on workplace culture and wellness whenever any of you have an interest in learning about that. But I would be remiss, and I don't think our benefits manager, Carolyn Wilson, who I believe is here, would be happy if I didn't mention that tomorrow is our annual employee and retiree health and benefits fair, 10 to 3 in the War Memorial. I encourage all of you counselors to pop in and say hello if you can. It's always a wonderful event. Challenges, we have them. We experienced some staffing challenges in 2025 in HR. We're not immune to that. Our deputy director and 2 colleagues moved on to well-deserved promotional opportunities, but I am very proud to welcome our 3th new staff members who have made significant impacts on the team in the last 6 months. Senior HR generalist Ritu Biswas, HR generalist Brandy Benton, and our HR assistant Kaylee McLaughlin. We are just so fortunate to have them, and they're really rounding out the team well, and we're hoping for many, many years with them on the team. I'm also grateful to Sam Nyman for his service as our acting deputy director. He joined us in that capacity somewhat early in the year. I mean, I think it was February. Sam's established relationships and the understanding of our workforce and operations has been incredibly helpful to us in HR. And we really have appreciated his support as we work to fill that position on a permanent basis in fiscal year 27. And finally, to our workers' comp and safety manager, Kelly Brown, who helped us launch our new paid parental leave benefit, actually just in the last month or so. And she'll be working to continue leading our leave management and ADA compliance work. Been really appreciative to Mayor Laredo and his team in his support for technology. I am all about the data, and it's an area where I feel like we could improve. So in fiscal year 27, with their strong support, we're going to be implementing a robust applicant tracking system and working closely with our partners in IT to see where we can expand Munis HR modules. Looking ahead, our goals are clear. Responsive service to employees, departments, our union partners, stronger policies, HR tech, growing our team's professional capabilities, and promoting wellness and engagement citywide. So we're excited for 2027. And with that, I welcome any questions.
Thank you. That was
I actually cut a lot out, Madam Chair.
well, you covered quite a lot, and it reminds me of the incredible breadth and depth of work that your department does. And with each year, I feel it's growing stronger, and I'm really excited to see what's in the year ahead. I'm sure there are lots of questions. My burning question is, did you make cookies for the benefits fair tomorrow?
Absolutely. I am up to 279, and as soon as I hang up, they're getting bagged and tagged with their ingredients, and I'll be bringing them in tomorrow. This time, five varieties. So
I had a feeling they were in the oven as you're speaking. Comments and questions, Councilor Krinsman.
I have a lot more questions now that I know about the cookies, but first of all, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I was very glad to see that you had filled a lot of the vacant roles. I know how difficult that was, that those roles were sort of open at inopportune times as well. And so I'm very glad to see that you've filled those roles, that you're looking at close to a full staff now. I think that's excellent. I want to ask, I noticed in the long-term vision, you referenced AI, and I think it was personnel processing. I don't remember exactly what, but I wonder if you could talk a little bit what that looks like, especially as we think about our staffing levels. How do you envision AI being used to help you operate?
So there are so many ways in which my professional field is studying how AI can be utilized. Right now, the way we're looking at it is mostly in administrative support. One of the things that I have experienced in my now going on 8 years, I can't believe it, time flies, with Newton is I have exceptional HR professionals in my office who find themselves constantly bogged down with administrative tasks and functions. It's writing a job letter or even from a template in Word that easily AI could help you. You build those templates in and you process that. It's job descriptions, utilizing AI where you build in, what certain positions have certain requirements and all of those kinds of things. So it takes out a little bit of the inconsistency that can happen sometimes with such a large organization. So from my perspective, it's very much about administrative support right now. There's a lot of other ways in which AI can be used, but it's growing and we want to remain cautious of bias. So we're learning about that. But I certainly think there are so many ways that we could reduce the administrative tasks of our office and really capitalize on the exceptional people that we have in a more impactful way.
Fabulous. Thank you. Awesome.
Other comments and questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question about, changes in state policies have been pretty significant over the last, I don't know, call it 15 or 20 years if you want, but, they've impacted sort of levels of staffing and requirements. And I'm curious if there are any future changes, even, call it in the next year or two, that you anticipate will make required changes happen across all of our departments that we might not be anticipating.
I'll have to ask for a little clarification. You do mean state changes in policies in terms of like entry-level job requirements? Can you clarify a little bit?
Yeah, it could be anything. I mean, example could be FMLA, for example, which, happened the last several years. I mean, there's just, there's so many different things that are happening that sometimes we get caught sort of, we see it and then it happens and then you're like sort of left catching up and figuring out what that means. So.
Absolutely, and that you're right. That is something we have seen in the last 10 to 15 years. There's a deep commitment in looking at the various laws that govern whether it's paid leave, employee rights, or things like that. We very much try to stay ahead of those trends. Our law department keeps an eye on that. Our HR team does that. Just this past week, Mary O'Neill, who's on the screen with me, went to our Massachusetts Municipal HR Association's Labor Relations Conference, where we were talking about everything from the PROTECT Act to implications of OB3 relevant to FLSA, as well as various things that are happening in the world of paid leave. So we try to stay on top of that and stay ahead of it. A lot of times various changes don't apply to municipalities, but when they do, we embrace those, try to prepare and pivot whenever we can. In terms of trends, I definitely think we're going to be seeing more discussions about the impact of the Pay Transparency Act of 2025, because that's in its first year. In 2026. And then I think we're definitely going to be seeing some changes in terms of two other things, paid leave, and also employers being ready to adapt to a change in the workforce where there is a labor market increase in employees with diagnoses such as within the autism spectrum or neurodivergent, because those younger folks 20 years ago are finally getting the support they need, and rather than just being in some sort of special program, they're now PhDs in physics. But how do we support that workforce and how do we meet their needs? And that's a growing trend in my field right now. So I would say those are the big three trends.
Thank you.
For comments and questions? Ms. Pizzio-Bray, can you speak to the vacancy report that we always receive in conjunction with our budget, and just reviews where we're at a certain period of time? This year we received it as of April 17th, 2026, which noted that the city currently has 56 vacant full-time positions, and goes through each department and essentially what led to each one. Some resignations, some promotions, some other unique circumstances. How do you feel? And I know we always have vacancies at any given period of time. We always have people coming and going for various reasons. How do you feel we're doing right now? And what would be required to make meaningful improvement to the number of vacancies that we have?
So since we don't have all night, and this is my favorite topic, these are my favorite topics, I'm going to try to keep it brief. So how are we doing? I mean, we're an employer of choice. I feel incredibly fortunate to work for the city of Newton. I love my job. I see employees who love their jobs. We are experiencing what a lot of employees are experiencing, and in some way, some things are unique. Entry-level positions are becoming harder and harder to fill. Newer workers do not want the stress and the demand of a challenging public service job. These are challenging jobs, tough work for $60,000 a year. And that doesn't mean we're underpaying. We're paying appropriately, but they're not choosing those positions. So we're seeing, at one point, 10, 15 years ago, there was a lack of leadership, people with a interest in lack of leadership. Now we're seeing the lack of entry-level positions. We also have a commitment in Newton and agreements with our unions where we promote. So we often are seeing higher and folks moving up. In Public Works, I think we could do better. I don't mean Public Works could do better. I think the city of Newton, we could all do better. I have some creative ideas on that. Mary and I brainstorm about that topic. Sam has been thinking about that with us, and we want to partner up with our Public Works hiring managers. Again, these are, a lot of them are entry-level skilled labor positions where it's cost of living in our area, and the Newton area is expensive. They don't want to do a long commute for a job. They could receive the same amount of pay in another community near them. So we have a lot of competition for those positions. We pay them well, but there certainly is competition. This year was wonderful for them with the snow because for the last 5 years, those folks were not getting the money they usually get with the snow, and the changing weather patterns are making those jobs less attractive. I'll stop talking because I could keep going, but we think about this constantly. I would say that being creative about a pipeline to train people, instead of they get hired with the certifications and they're hard to find and all that, we're hiring them without them and training and committing with them. And I think if you can believe it, data will help us. Without having a robust applicant tracking system and HR module, we're kind of working in the dark a bit. When we really can dig into that data, I see us making significant strides. I'm very fortunate to have two very creative people, Mary and Michelle, in my office, who think deeply about that, and a very supportive administration. So this year is going to be exciting.
I'm tempted to ask, but I know there's probably not a reasonable way you can answer this. How much money we would need to add to these different salary categories to make these positions attractive and filled?
It's not always about the salary. And I see Maureen nodding her head because we analyze this a lot. I hate to say this because it sounds terrible, but I can't tell you how many candidates say, wait, you want me to leave City of Newton at 5 o'clock? I won't see my kids till 6:30, when it comes to travel and traffic and things like that. We have tons of ways to commute to Newton, but it's not super easy to get to some of our sites. So we need to think about that kind of creativity. So it's not just the salary. I think we really need to start looking at what do certain professions within our organization desire. And why are they choosing other areas? Many of those skilled laborers are looking for investment in training and technical skills, and that could be because they want to jump ship after 5-6 years. But with 5-6 years of good talent, that's better than not filling these jobs.
Well, and it seems that you're speaking of creative solutions too that create value for an employee. Perhaps someone can be hired who doesn't need to leave at 5 o'clock. Maybe they can leave at 4 o'clock and adjust.
Flexibility and time off is a massive desire of the new labor force, and family-friendly benefits. Flexibility, time off, family-friendly benefits, and also financial investments. We're seeing a lot of interest from younger generations about being financially healthy. So we've been doing a lot of a focus area in that as well.
In your own department, if the City of Newton were flush with cash and we were able to give you an extra $200,000 to your budget, what would you invest it in?
Oh my goodness, I'm having so much fun. So are we talking salaries only, incidentals, or
would benefit your department the most? It's sort of a thought experiment.
My department. That is, that's such a challenging question for an HR professional because it's the oxygen mask. You put it on yourself, or do you give it to the person next to you? The work that we do rises others. So my first thought is to put, money in things that will help the greater workforce. But it's the, chicken and the egg. Should I be investing in staff in order to do that? So if I had $200,000, I would probably do a combination of the two. I would bring in additional staff that could be specialized HR staff. We're very heavy burdened with administrative work, keeping us from strategic work. And then the other half, I probably would invest in some workplace culture commitments. We want people to come to work and be extremely happy when they're here and understand them, treat them like multidimensional people, and invest in things like a learning management system, something like that. So, but wow, I'll be thinking of that all night, Madam Chair.
I've got another one for you. If we had to reduce $100,000 from your budget, what would have to go?
Say it again. If we would what?
If we had to reduce $100,000 from your budget, what would have to go?
It would, if you had to reduce, it would be some of the outside support that we receive. We need it, but we would roll up the sleeves and we'd end up having to do it. It would keep us from our day-to-day support, but that's where I would end up having to cut.
Part of the reason I've started asking these questions is because in my years doing this, I've realized more and more what a small portion, particularly on the city side, our departments have of just discretionary spending to sort of choose your own adventure of what you would do with it. Do you have a sense in your budget of how much money is just sort of unspoken for that you could invest in an initiative? You know, that's just not salaries and benefits of people, but it's just discretionary money that you could.
It's an excellent question because there's limited control on funds in the municipal sector, and even more so on the municipal side versus the school side. And in that is one way where you do see a lot of changing and shifting of costs. So it's a very interesting question. I think for me, because almost all of the money we spend isn't for HR, it's for other departments, that there really is not a way to just easily use our funds without there being multiple levels of approval and discussion in order to use it. So if I'm understanding your question, you're asking if we could kind of shift and do with things the way we'd like?
No, well, I'm just asking, is there discretionary money in your budget that if you saw a really cool new program or software or some initiative that you were really excited about, that you would have the freedom to pursue it?
I would say that one thing I value very much about the city of Newton is I've always been given the flexibility to move things around within those budgets should I be able to defend a significant need to do so and it not have a big impact. So yes, there is some discretion. If I wanted to, I planned on using the consultant funds for one thing, but then there was this great, I could easily talk to the mayor and talk to Maureen and usually very easily make that kind of change. But typically we have our money planned out and don't have the opportunity to be able to do that, but it does happen sometimes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have other comments and questions?
Just three very quick questions.
Go for it, Councilor Silver.
So the first, I just had a question about what investigation services is. I assume that's employee background checks for hiring or something like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So same question about medical services, which I wasn't able to guess.
That could be anything from fitness for duty exams. So, we have employees that have very, physical jobs. There's a process, but if we have any reason to believe someone, is unable to perform the essential functions of their job, with or without accommodation, we can go through a fitness for duty process. And that particular, I don't have the line up in front of me, but that particular line, I believe also is for pre-employment medical exams, which are required of certain positions as well.
Got it. Great. Thanks. And last question, just the change in 57 health fringe benefits. It seems like there's a big jump from 2026 to 2027 on the fringe benefits line.
I don't have that in front of me, Maureen. I don't know. It could be because we had a member pick up a plan or.
If I can jump in, we actually, the departments we don't have them worry about that line item. We actually go through and because HR is fully staffed except for the deputy position, we know what people are going to be carrying this year for health insurance. We have probably budgeted for the deputy to carry a family plan. We do that based on levels of positions. When we have vacancies, we more or less guess what we think somebody would take. That money is all fungible. However, those are pretty solid numbers for this year. But as part of, just so you know this, because Councilor Silver, you're the one who asked the question, right?
I am.
So when you all approve the budget at the end of this process, within the council order, you give our comptroller, Steve Curley, the authority to take the health insurance money and repurpose it to the health insurance line in other departments. So that if there's a small department that all of a sudden someone new comes in and takes insurance and we didn't have it budgeted that way, Steve is able to true up all of the accounts. But the jump would be that we have had significant turnover in that department. We probably have either one or potentially even two more people taking health insurance than we had before.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
All set.
All set.
Mr. Crispin?
And if I could, Madam Chair, just a quick thanks, because I just realized I saw Josh still on the screen and Dana on the screen. I just want to say a quick thank you to the two of them. As anyone knows, HR is always busy. HR is especially busy when there's a change in administration. And we were down, 3-4 people. So I just want to thank Dana and Josh and Maureen, who have been incredibly helpful to us, staying in contact with us on a regular basis. I can't believe it's May, and I'm looking forward to another great fiscal year. So thank you.
Can't believe it's been 8 years since you've been here.
I know it. And one of my boys is almost off to college, and they were like, this. It's wild.
All right, Councilor Krinsman, I think you had a motion for me.
Yeah, straw vote approval of $1,431,789 as well as the CIP, supplemental CIP.
Okay, we have a motion for a straw vote from Councilor Krinsman. Do we have further comments or questions before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. Pizza O'Brien, thank you. To your team members who are here tonight, thank you. It's been a pleasure to work with you these past 8 years, and I look forward to new adventures ahead.
It sure has. Come by for a cookie. Good night, everybody.
If I can, I will. Okay, good night. We're going to go on to the Executive and Sustainability Department. We are joined by CFO Maureen Lemieux, Co-Director of Sustainability Sam Nyman and Ann Berwick, Director of Economic Development Lauren Berman, and I also saw our, I believe, Deputy Director of Economic Development, our former colleague Cheryl Lappin. Welcome, everyone. And Ms. Lemieux, let me hand it over to you, and then why don't you take us through the various subsections of the department in turn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be very brief. What we did this year that's a little bit different in the executive office is we have broken out our different functions. And so we have taken sustainability as a function and broke it out separately so that you can easily take a look at the department and understand how much of the total executive office is going to our sustainability initiative. We also, as you know, because you did pass some legislation having to do with the Economic Development Commission, but we have moved economic development from the planning department to the executive office. The mayor has really made a strong commitment to economic development. So not only did he move that function into the executive office, but we've actually doubled the size of the department by bringing on a deputy economic development director in Cheryl Lappin. And so I don't want to talk long. But the good news is, and I think what's helpful when you look at the executive office budget now, you can see how much is devoted to economic development, how much is devoted to sustainability. And because these are such huge initiatives, when we put this book together this year, we decided that we would have one section of goals and vision for everything else that we do in the executive office, and then a page strictly dedicated to sustainability, and another page strictly dedicated to economic development. And so with that, and then I will come back at the end of the night and answer any questions that you all have about any strategies, putting the budget together and the executive office budget in and of itself. But I just wanted to give you that quick little brief update on sustainability and economic development. And with that, as long as you're ready, I'm more than happy to turn it over to Sam to begin the sustainability conversation.
Terrific. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of the members of your department for your patience in joining us at this late hour.
Thank you, Maureen. Thanks, Madam Chair. Sam Nyman, Co-Director of Sustainability, here with Ann Berwick, my fellow co-director. Our budget this year, I think, is pretty straightforward. Majority into the salaries for our 3.5 FTEs. And then our main kind of expense item really is just the consulting work to support the city's Birdo program. Ann and I will be happy to talk through any questions you may have on anything we've got going on. But I'll leave it at that.
Okay, let me look first for comment and questions for the committee. I did receive an interesting email with some questions from a member of the public. Let me see what others have got. Or do you want to take that? I know Councilor Bixby saw the email too. Do you want to ask it? Or
Go for it.
Okay, so Councilor Bixby and I both actually received this email. It's from Alan Noji, who's the president of Friends of Cold Spring Park, a co-chair of the Newton Community Pollinator Project and a board member of the Newton Conservators. And he wanted our help to understand how the city plans to operationalize and fund critical new natural resource goals outlined in the Climate Action Plan 2.0. And there are 3 subsections in particular that he highlights. The first is prioritizing actions to protect healthy native forests on conservation and parkland to support biodiversity and maximize carbon sequestration. The second is to establish a biodiversity working group to assess the health of the city's forested lands and open spaces. And then the last is utilizing parks, open spaces, and public buildings projects to install or expand green infrastructure, water quality features, and plant pollinator gardens and leaves. So that's a lot of sub areas. Hopefully you caught it all, and I'm happy to go over it. But given that these goals are now outlined in our climate action plan, how the city plans to tackle these, and whether we're adequately positioned in our staffing and budget to do so.
Thank you, Councilor. It's a nice big series of questions. We look forward to still getting to come to the council and to discuss in full with you the draft form of the climate action plan that has Mr. Nogi's commenting on there. I think each one of those things has a full and rich answer that we can sort of hopefully talk through together as we kind of embark on the journey when we get to it of updating our climate action plan together with this draft form. These were big high-level commitments that we think do reflect kind of the values broadly of the community that we have been operationalizing, with respect to, I believe our COO Morse is here. Every building project these days certainly is by default, as a matter of course, implementing those things Mr. Nogi had outlined there. So we've been, I think, ahead of the game on that front for a few years now. That's a starting point of an answer that I look forward to talking more with you.
I can pitch in a couple. I totally agree with everything Sam has said, obviously. I just want to point out that a lot of the work of our sustainability team is involved with implementing CAP 2.0, what we call CAP, Climate Action Plan 2.0, and which is quite expansive this year in terms of also including resilience issues. I guess I'll also add that as a result of comments on the climate action plan, when we put it out for comment, we also developed what we're calling an idea board, which is items that didn't actually make it into CAP 2.0, but things that we think are well worth pursuing. So we have a long list of items, some of which are related to Mr. Nogi's questions, and some of which are comprise a very long list.
I know that obviously the question that I posed to Ms. P.T. O'Brien, what would you do with $200,000 extra in your department? I mean, probably in answering this question, you could spend it 5 times over.
Yeah, easily.
We could really beef up services with 200 grand, Counselor.
Right.
Absolutely.
I mean, is it fair to say that if you were, if you had 200,000 extra dollars, staffing and personnel is what would be most advantageous to you in this work, or is that not
Well,
accurate?
I'll take it first. Yeah, I mean, I think we could, well, first of all, just point out, Sam Nyman, who's incredibly talented, as you know, is, who does unbelievably great work as co-director of sustainability, even though he has one foot in HR. So we love Sam, and it would be wonderful to have him full time. I think we could easily uh, or designate one or easily two new people to take up items that are on I just referred to as our idea board. Ideas that have come up that we all have thought of, our team has thought of, or that have been presented to us as comments on the climate action plan that we would love to undertake, and we just don't have the breadth to do it now. I mean, and I'm sure you're aware that for example, we are now taking over the sustainability functions in the Newton Public Schools, and without additional staff to do that. And I'm actually very happy about that because I think NPS gives us lots of opportunities for great additional sustainability work. Um, and so that's just one additional item that we are taking on. As you know, we have BERTO implementation, and we're working on a project with the utilities on how we get the city off fossil fuels and electrify buildings. So I will mention that we are, because of a request from Newton Public Schools about what we are doing on the city side on sustainability, we prepared what we're calling a one-pager, wink, wink. It's really not quite a one-pager, closer to two, but in any event, that just lists all of the things that we are working on in sustainability. And once that is complete, which it should be, I think this week, we'd be happy to share it with you if you're interested.
Thank you very much. Other comments and questions? Councilor Bixby.
Thank you. So last term, there was a proposal to shift this into its own department. And I just wanted that obviously didn't go through for whatever set of reasons, see how you felt about where things were in the executive office and how that's all going.
Yeah, it's a great question, Counselor. Last year, when the proposal came to create a department, it was kind of right as I was joined the team as the co-director, and at the time, I felt uncertain of what it would actually mean. There's things that go into being a department that aren't just a matter of going and standing over here, but there's base administrative functions that have to be performed to take care of what it is to be a department. So I was, I think we all felt like we were working quite well together. And when it didn't become a department last year, we were happy to carry on just as we were. So as we find ourselves now, I think our team has been functioning well in the executive office, just as we are. I don't personally, if it's not broke, don't fix it, I guess is a little bit of the theory there. But we get a lot of support within the executive office that I feel very grateful for. So I'm quite happy with kind of the current structure that we're operating in.
Yeah, I really agree with Sam. I mean, I guess I want to, with all due respect to Assessor Shaughnessy, I want to say I would have thought we had the best team in City Hall. And I don't know how much difference it would make to us, whether we're a department or a team or an initiative or whatever you want to call us.
Yeah.
But we have a remarkable staff, just really people who work really hard and are really committed to the work they do. And yeah, I can't say enough good things actually about our team. And also, by the way, we have a core team of 4 people, but we also work very closely with other people in other city departments. Juanita Traber, for one, as you would expect, Jennifer Steele, Ellen Menounos, mean, I'm sure none of that is a surprise to you. We kidnap help whenever we can.
That's great. Thank you. It's good to hear.
Counselor Greenberg and Counselor Malachy.
Thank you. Ms. Berwick, I know you have a long to-do list, but in promoting biodiversity, is removal of invasive species on that list? Is that your department, or is that just volunteer work with the Conservation Commission? And is there the city have a plan for that?
That's a hard one for me to answer. I can't honestly say that I really know the full answer to that. I think the biodiversity work spans a lot of different departments, partly or initiative teams, whatever you want to call them, but partly in parks and recreation, and partly in planning. Certainly forestry folks have a lot to do in that area. So, and for the first time, I will also add, CAP 2.0 has a resilience component to it. So it's going to be very important for us to figure out exactly how we implement that component and what exactly that will mean in terms of the biodiversity issues that Alan Nogi is raising, and how we interact with other departments to address the biodiversity issues, including the conservation commissions.
Great, thank you.
Counselor Malachy.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask about invasive species. I'm glad you did, because I think it's sort of a valiant group of volunteers from Newton Conservators trying to keep things under control, and it's a very hard battle for volunteers, and there are places on city property where I think certain invasive species like garlic mustard and knotweed are out of control and not tackled. And I wish we could start tackling them. So that's a comment. I had a question about a couple of the items under deliverables. So what are the 5 solar installations executing agreements on, and what are the next 3 after that?
Yes. So the next 5 kind of PPAs we have in the works are kind of our next 5 kind of batches of schools. So you heard tonight about the Burr elementary roof. Just like a general policy of any new school or any new roof we're looking at for solar, Burr would be one of those. I'll be coming to the council to get, of course, your authorization to enter into that PPA agreement, hopefully in the near future. We're just working to get together kind of what the kind of the Helios, the kind of design of what the project would be there on the roof. Then Bigelow, the new Horace Mann, Franklin, and Countryside. Kind of all looking ahead to when those projects finish up. So we would like to get all of those under contract. I think there may be a couple other additional opportunities, but those are the things that, those are real things that we'll definitely be getting under contract. The 3 projects that we want to complete, we will be moving forward on the Cooper Center in the near future here. If we're able to complete the Burr re-roof itself this summer and get that PPA agreement executed, get your authorization to do that, that would be something we'd look at for perhaps later fall or early next spring. So those are those, and then Horace Mann, the new school building, with kind of the new flat and the new addition. When that project is finishing up this, end of summer, we'll try to schedule up a solar installation at some point, perhaps fall or perhaps spring. So those are the things that I was referring to there. But we may find some additional opportunities to get some things under contract or as we head into next summer, maybe at the tail end of this fiscal year, get something else built. So.
And if I could just add a couple of things, in some of those places, we're also looking to add EV chargers that will be publicly available. And also to Councillor Malachi's point about the conservators, I just want to point out that we have this core staff of 4 people, and then we kidnap others from other departments whenever we can. But we also have an amazing group of volunteers in this city who are committed to sustainability issues. Because the conservators, Green Newton, Mothers Out Front, 350.org, and then there's of course the Newton Energy Commission that does terrific work. So there are a lot of us who are very enthusiastic about what we're doing.
Okay, and also the item about implement new siting and permitting ordinance for solar and battery storage pursuant to state requirements. I assume that's in response to the state law that I was very happy with, sort of removing local control and limiting the extent to which municipalities can limit where, especially the battery storage things can be put. And I know it's a concern in rural areas where they're literally cutting down forests to put up solar or to install these huge battery things, which are very difficult to put out if they catch on fire. How is that law going to affect Newton? And what?
Right. Well, we're going.
You already have a draft ordinance or idea of what it should say.
Yeah, the city council is obligated by state law to implement the recent law on siting and permitting, to promulgate 2 ordinances, one on solar and the other on battery storage. So we're going to be coming, and those are supposed to be passed by the end of October of this year. So not that far into the future. I will just say I was on the governor's advisory committee to her siting and permitting advisory group. So she had a bunch of lawyers, including me and a handful of others, advising the siting and permitting commission that she established. And so what we were trying to do was to way expedite the siting and permitting process for renewable power, and also for the infrastructure to enable that renewable power. So the functioning of the entire electric grid. So these ordinances and the direction in which they point the Commonwealth and the city are near and dear to my heart.
Is the state going to sort of override any concerns we might have about proximity to houses, for example?
To proximity to what? Sorry?
Houses or schools or something to sort of.
Well, the zoning ordinances will still be in place. These don't preempt the zoning ordinances with respect to the kind of issue you're raising, setbacks and such.
I just want to pull it back in a little bit to budget.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm happy to answer these questions and more anytime.
Okay, all right, thank you. I guess that's it for me.
Okay. So I think we've probably covered this section pretty well. Is everybody ready to thank Mr. Nyman and Ms. Berwick and move on to the economic development portion of this budget?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you both. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for your support.
About the budget overall, but that was a very interesting discussion, and obviously there's more to unpack here. So look forward to doing it in this term. Thank you, and let's welcome our just getting my right spot on the page. So let's welcome our economic development team. We have our Director of Economic Development, Lauren Berman, and our Deputy Director, our former colleague, Cheryl Lappin. Cheryl, I've seen you from a distance across the room a few times, but I haven't gotten to formally say hello. So, hi. Welcome. We'd love to hear from you both. We can't hear you, Ms. Berman. We think you said
I'm not sure. I do see that Ms. Berman is unmuted. So
yeah, you're unmuted, but we couldn't hear your words. Okay, hold on. Looks like some.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Thanks for having us at the tail end. We're tired, but we're happy to be here. Cheryl and I, over the past few months, we've really been enjoying the work that we've been doing with the mayor's office and working hand in hand with the businesses, supporting the ones that we have, coming up with strategies to reach out to new ideas to bring new businesses into the city, and then also working with the community so that putting a platform in place so that the community can engage and be excited about economic development. And then we've also been working in tandem with some of the other departments within the city to invigorate our various village centers and coming up with different ideas and strategies to do that. So some of the things that we've put in place and that we plan on continuing for throughout the year and growing even larger and stronger is the different social media platforms. We've put together a newsletter that we're getting out to engage with the community. We're working hand in hand with the businesses. We've created a concierge program where we walk businesses through the various permitting processes to expedite the process for new businesses to open. And as part of that, we put together roadmaps, just different workflows for how businesses can open. And in that process of doing that, working with ISD, working with Health and Human Services, working with the fire department, we've also identified some bottlenecks that will that we can start working on to continue to expedite the various practices. And we're happy to answer any questions that you have about the work that we've been doing and the work that we plan to do throughout the rest of the year.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your patience. I saw you both on our Zoom much earlier in this evening, ready to go. And I'm sorry that it took us till almost 10:15 to get to this portion of our discussion. So we really appreciate you being here. What comments and questions do we have from the committee? Councilor Bixby.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling sitting.
I think I'm gonna stand up and stretch myself. The only way I can stand up is just stretching.
I can stay awake here. I have really enjoyed you both being in this role and the energy and excitement that you're bringing to this, and really appreciated it in your goals and vision. How village, it seems very village focused and really focused on our small businesses, which really need the support. And I've already seen with some businesses in my ward who've reached out with questions about how they can expand with their offerings or do other things, how responsive you all have been to navigate the sometimes complicated process. I want to ask about sort of another area of economic, or large piece of economic development in Newton. How are you seeing kind of the bigger companies, the commercial development has been a big question in the city. So how are you thinking about how that ties into the work that you're doing, and perhaps how you're working with other departments on those fronts?
Yeah, I can think of one example right off the top of my head, and that's we've been working with the assessors department because we understand that there's a decent amount of vacant office space within the city, and those vacant office spaces should be filled by larger corporations. So Cheryl and I have identified those vacant office spaces working with Alan Cohen, and then we've been going out and meeting with the owners of those spaces to identify the types of businesses that could best fill in those spaces. And then as part of what we're working on in terms of branding of the various village centers, we're also coming up with ideas to brand Newton. So what are our differentiated competitive advantages? How should we articulate them? And then based on that, what are the likely businesses, candidate businesses and industries whom we should go after to encourage to move to Newton? We've also been meeting with some of the larger business corporations that have recently moved to Newton to understand why they picked Newton, what they see as the benefits of moving to Newton, so that we can understand their stories, tell their stories to others, and then ideally pull in some more of those larger corporations into the city.
That all sounds great. Do you feel like you have, that seems like a huge chunk of work, and the local coffee shop that's trying to navigate seating is also a huge chunk of work. Do you feel like between the two of you, you've got, maybe this segues into your usual question, but
go right ahead and ask it.
Yeah.
$1,000 more. What would you do with it? And do you feel like you have enough to tackle those different areas now?
Luckily, both Cheryl and I are workhorses, so we get a lot done. So we're able to parse out the work between us. We pull in Dana when we need a hand as well. And we can tackle multiple things at one time. We know, addressing the issues with small businesses in the village centers, as you know, Martha, it's incredibly important to us, but there's that other big piece that we can't ignore as well. So what we do is typically divide our time. I mean, one day is spent working on both, the village piece, and then we're also working on the larger corporation piece. So we just sort of ping pong back and forth, and I think we're doing a good job of covering the area.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Others? Councilor Greenberg.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl and Lauren. Very excited about the work you've accomplished so far. I think the concierge program will be awesome for their small businesses. Because I hear there are a lot of hiccups when a small business tries to open up in Newton. So appreciate your guidance with that. I'm just wondering, are you guys working on a long-term detailed plan on long-term growth for the city? Economic growth? Is there going to be a formal presentation on what your strategy will be?
We were just asked, and we have weekly meetings with the mayor, and he just asked us to put together a long-term strategy to get to him sometime this summer. So yeah, it's on our to-do list.
Wonderful. Looking forward to that. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Okay. Councilor Kritzman.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate you both doing the work that you're doing. As you mentioned, I know there are a lot of vacant storefronts, and so there's plenty of work to do. Just want to remind you that the several city councilors who work in and around the city and who know a lot of people in and around the city are a tremendous resource. So use us, come to us, let us help you. Let us be either a sounding board or assistants who can help you go out there and use our connections. So please utilize the city council as a resource for economic development for the city. And thank you for the work you're doing.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate that.
Any others? Okay, I think we are ready to thank you again for your enthusiastic and very high energy start to the year. I think we're all really excited about what you're taking on and seeing what you're bringing to not just the executive office, but the whole city. And again, appreciate your patience waiting at this late hour.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Mew, back to you to cover the remainder of the executive department.
So, actually, Madam Chair, if it would make sense to you, I was thinking perhaps we could have Doug, who I'm assuming Doug Patello, who I'm assuming is in the room with you.
He's here. He's been very patient.
Yeah. So I thought maybe we could have him present financial services so you can do your straw vote on that. And then I'll wrap up so that then you can ask me any questions that you may have on anything. And there are a few things that I do want to hit on that Councillor Block had asked about along the way in the process. So I have a couple of, more wide sweeping comments to make.
Got it. All right. So we're going to put a pin in the executive department and invite Mr. Vitello, our manager of financial services, to come join us at the table.
So the folks at home get to see my bald head from the back.
You can come over here if you prefer.
That's fine. Maureen said I had the last hour to myself. But I figured it's my first time in front of you all. I appreciate it. So I would do it in person. I didn't know we'd be getting breakfast together.
Well, I'll extend my thanks to you for your
Next time I'll
tremendous
make coffee.
patience sitting here.
So, like I said, I started here in January, coming from the Department of Defense background for about 18 years. And Maureen told me when I started that she'd have me drinking from the fire hose immediately, and I have been. As you guys are well aware of, all of you, purchasing will be merging into the financial services. So we have an opportunity to integrate our infrastructure financially throughout the city with purchasing, with treasury and comptrollers. And it's my vision that we get payroll, FP&A, and purchasing to have more of a support function, not siloed throughout the city. And outside of us in FP&A working on this budget that you all have in front of you, I've been working with payroll to integrate steps to provide better support to some of our bigger departments, their time and attendance. We've been working with the Department of Public Works, trying to integrate a new time and attendance software for them to help them with their management of time and attendance, both within the department and also with payroll itself. As you know, DPW, their scheduling and whatnot is very, very difficult given storms and the volatility of it. So we're working on that initiative and we're moving forward. Purchasing, we're looking at a vendor management platform software-wise so we can integrate, so we can service to the community better, to make the bid process more transparent, encourage more bids, and also have a little bit more transparency again with Treasury, Comptroller, to make sure we're in compliance for all regulations of the IRS and all the associated agencies. And from the FP&A perspective, we're fully staffed. So it's my intent, and I think with Maureen has been very supportive of letting our creativity and our ideas run wild in the sense that we can bring better data analytics to the city, as well as having a little bit more of a robust platform where we can provide insight to our expenditures, to our departments, to our counselors, to our executive leadership. So I'm really looking forward to the challenge, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Okay. What comments and questions do we have for Mr. Vitello? Oh, come on.
Oh, this is great. I'm liking this a lot. I'll go last.
Personally responsible for 3 hours tonight. This feels like a lot of different areas,
Yes.
Print and mail shop. You seem to have gotten some special binding on your binder there, so I don't know how that happened, but
now listen, these binders, Maureen, for next year, terrible binders. I need new binders.
I brought the prototype.
Yeah. But how do you, you talked a little bit about outside the department maybe, but how do you see the different pieces inside the department either working together, or how do you, managing these different fairly just separate, not separate, but,
So in my experience, payroll, being a financial manager with federal government experience in the Department of Defense, payroll, FP&A, purchasing, contracts, where I come from, all integrated within the same department in a business office structure. It only makes sense. We rely heavily on payroll when we're trying to do our budgeting for overtime with police, for our expenditures and labor and all those metrics. So it's hand in hand, as well as giving policy as things change with our labor agreements through HR. So there's so much cross collaboration there that makes sense. And same thing for purchasing too, to see where our bids would be for our fuel costs and whatnot. To fully integrate all those out of the purse, for lack of a better term, departments only enhances our ability to provide metrics to
the executive leadership to departments in real time, right? We don't want to provide things always in arrears 6 months. You want to start to forecast. You really want to get ahead of things. So it only makes sense that we are all together, and I think it's pretty cohesive. I just want to expand it and look at it from a support function, that we should not only do this for working together for ourselves to better analytics, but we should support the major departments, public safety, schools, as well as our.
I have a little bit different of a kind of a question. What has it been like coming in and taking over? And this is a pretty robust number of reports that you have to you in this department.
So
what's that experience been like? Some of these folks are on the newer side, some are pretty experienced. What's that transition been like, and what's your leadership style been like?
I look at it, I have good trust with my many folks. I have a good relationship with Allison, payroll manager. I'm going to build that relationship with Karen. I have trust in them going downwards. I don't micromanage. They've been here for a while. They know the inside now. We're going to streamline purchasing, for example. We're not going to change how they do or why they do things, but maybe how. And my job is to give them support and be that voice, right? Same thing with Allison, is to integrate her with other departments. So my style, I mean, I'm used to managing quite a lot of people, 7 to 15 at one point in my career. This is not too much for me, but I mean, there's a Good to Great book, right? You can only manage 7 people at once, right? The Peter Principle. But we have a really good team. Maureen is very, very much a kind of a steward of knowledge, the Library of Congress of the city. So I really rely on her. She's very supportive. And we have Trevor moving into a lead role. So I'm looking forward to it. I like coming to here every day, and everybody works well with me. So it's going good. I mean, it's not overwhelming at all. They all seem to run pretty independent of themselves, and I kind of ping pong back and forth where I need it. That's all. So.
I'm glad to hear that it's been what sounds like
it's pretty good.
Seamless. I mean, I'm sure a lot, but seamless.
It's a lot to learn, but from the scope and the structure, it's been pretty welcoming. So it hasn't been difficult on that part.
So where else do you see the future of the department going? I mean, you've heard me ask these other questions about what would you do with $200,000. I mean, we're not going to put another $200,000, even in the best of times, into the financial services department.
I mean, giving $200,000 to our finance department can barely give us a cup of coffee. I can spend a lot more than you gave me. So if I had extra money, I think I would like to start getting maybe payroll to a self-service portal, or make it a little more self-service for the H-grade employees. I would like the Toll City to be a self-service payroll system, where you have people can integrate and go into an ERP system and do their own time and attendance. Obviously, we have a different dynamic than the federal government has, a lot of labor unions and whatnot. But I'd like to see that integrated on the H-grade side, to take a little bit of the slack off our payroll folks. I mean, there's only 4 of them, and they do payroll for the entire city. So they really are amazing at what they do. So if I could take that, I would try to invest it into streamlining payroll process for self-service throughout the city. That's what I think.
And you think there's the other kinds of technological solutions that could help?
Yeah, I mean, there's always software, and I know AI is brought up a lot, but it's, we have to be strategic in what we do. It's about the implementation. Everything that's good on paper from a software perspective. We have some great software partners we work with now. If we're not fully integrated in what we have, there's no sense in going to get more. So I'm really working with, and I worked with Allison. We did a huge lift on looking at Munis, which is our financial system, and Time Clock Plus. What would better service DPW? Time Clock Plus is it, and we're going to integrate that. So I would like to further expand that and give them some more support to the city employees to have the ability to do things on themselves, by themselves, looking at their time to attend, getting a direct deposit, all that good self-service stuff. They kind of take the burden of those minutia payroll requests that they get. That would be a start.
Thank you. Other comments and questions? Councilor Mallett.
What would a streamlined purchasing process look like versus what we have?
So I think first off, we need to start working a little bit more cross collaborative and breaking down a little bit more with the communication between Treasury, comptrollers, and myself, but also the support, right? When we go out to bid and we have certain things throughout the city, make sure that is broadcast properly and also to insulate ourselves. I think it's important from a compliance perspective. A lot of big corporations and companies do things electronically now, nothing through the mail. So we want to make sure that we have the software capabilities and we have the tracking that postures ourselves the best to go out to bid. And on the flip side, insulates ourselves from a compliance perspective to make sure that our vendor management systems are up to snuff, that we have all of our vendors are vetted properly, and that our due diligence is focused on why we're going out to bid, not all the administrative work that might delay us from getting things done in a timely fashion. That's the way I envision it. So we'll see.
Other comments or questions?
I have a comment, which is that, one of the things that that I've gotten from constituents is, why does X cost so much money in the city? And I wouldn't expect you to have an answer, but I think from a city council perspective, figuring out how to answer those questions and, identifying, is this just how much it costs to do things? Are there, things we need to do on the bidding side? Is it just that we're asking for something, there are not enough bidders? I mean, I don't feel like I have a good way to explain that. So, that would be just more of a comment as you think forward to help us with that would be great.
So in the defense world, I could tell you a crystal server costs $150,000 one month and about $500,000 next, right? Cost of goods and services is skyrocketing. We're not in it. We have a little volatile economic temperature in the world right now. So goods can fluctuate. In order for us to be a little more competitive in that, that's where I want to integrate some of the software. We're going to have real-time bids and some pricing models that will help the purchasing department get things at a cost-effective rate and get them quickly, right? Sometimes it's lead time. Sometimes you find out after the fact. So I think it's important that we give them support so we can find these things. And I can't just pick out one. I don't have the baseline knowledge to know why X costs X and Y is Y. But we need to enhance our ability to get things at the best rate possible. So, and I think some software packages might help in integrating that throughout all the departments we're working on.
But even just explaining, it may just be that this is what it costs, but like our ability to explain that, I think is super helpful, because a lot of times constituents come to us and say, like, why did you have to spend, $50,000 for a curb cut? Or I'm just thinking of something that might have come up in the last few months. And, I don't know why a curb cut. I'm not going to do it, but I'll do it for $1,000.
Yeah.
So that's sort of the questions that we get, and people are puzzled, and then, that lack of understanding, I think, contributes to people feeling like we're not as good stewards of money as maybe they would like us to be.
Well, that all goes down to transparency, right? And we want to make sure that we're transparent in what we do, right? And why we buy things. And that's just not from my department, right? A lot of the decisions we defer our Commissioner of Public Works. She knows what things should and shouldn't cost us. Our job is support and find the best prices, right? So we are a support function. And if we can enhance the transparency to the citizens to let them know that this is what it costs and this is why it costs, I'd be more than happy to find avenues to do that. But sometimes things cost more than we'd like it to, and sometimes it's cheaper. And that I always stay in my lane. I'll defer to whatever department needs. Tells me what something should or shouldn't be. It's our job to make sure we support them and try to find it at the best cost possible. But if we need to enhance our transparency to the constituents, then I'd be more than happy to look to do that. So, right.
Thank you.
Councilor Krinsman.
Very quickly on the summary page, I don't know for you, Doug, or for Maureen. It looks like the salaries and comp hasn't really gone up in any negligible way, but there are 5 more people being counted in the department. What am I missing?
So in 2024, 25, and 26, because purchasing does not have a page, we actually included their costs in those 3 years. So if technically you see the FTE go up to 13, we're at 8, it looks like, hey, you added five people, but you only have $16,000 more in your budget. If you were to take about $480,000 out of 2026, that's what financial services would have cost, would have expended had purchasing not been in there. If you go to your detail page, you can actually see that difference. So we included it, and maybe it's a little funky, so I apologize. because we wouldn't have had an opportunity to show their expenditures because they're no longer presented as independent fund.
That makes sense. I mean, it's sort of regulating this year what should have been included in.
Yeah, but if you go to your detail, you can see broken out.
Okay, thank you.
Others?
Just one other quick question, and apologies if it's already been explained. Did payroll get pulled out of FP&A?
No, payroll in FP&A, but we have them broken out by org, so you see them broken out. Financial services, purchasing, printing, and FP&A, and then you'll see the roll up on the first page.
Okay. Yeah, just the budget numbers looks different for 2027. So
if there would be the total here, and then these are all the funds. It would be a combination of these.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why FP&A dropped in half.
So that would just be FP&A if it was just us without payroll, printing, or purchasing.
I see. Okay.
And then at the top would be the total department.
Right. It was just the FP&A being different from one year to the next that I was asking about. But I see
25 for 26.
Well, from 26 to 27, the line dropped. So.
Good question.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll jump in. From 26 to 27, we pulled payroll out of FP&A.
Okay.
Okay. Good. I didn't notice. I apologize.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Other comments and questions? Okay, it's probably time for a straw vote at the hour of 10:35. Is there a straw vote to accept the financial services budget or a motion for a straw vote? That budget being proposed at $1,574,745, as well as the CIP and supplemental. Moved by Councilor Maliki. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Okay, I think we're back down to 6-0. So thank you very much, Mr. Fratello. So nice to have you come in and in person.
No, I figured it was, I didn't know we would have breakfast.
You should definitely go get cookies tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think it's time to go to Waffle House.
Yeah, you did earn those cookies. Okay, so we're back to the executive department and general comments. Ms. Lemieux.
Okay, and so just to round it out, so the executive department now includes economic development, has sustainability broken out, and of course, as you all know, was increased by the leadership team. Mayor Laredo increased when he first came on board and added Dana Hanson as chief of staff and John Rice as the chief community services officer. And so we really believe that we have been able to, Josh does, police, fire, public buildings, public works. Parks and Rec is somewhat split because there certainly is a huge infrastructure component to Parks and Rec, but of course, then there's the whole service portion of it. So between John and Josh, they tag team there. But we really feel like we've been able to provide significant enhancements in the support and direction that the executive office is able to give to our department heads. Beyond that, there aren't that many changes in the department. We really didn't, when it comes to the operating expenses, we were actually very careful with the operating expenses and really didn't add much at all. So that's the department itself. I wanted to just address a couple of the things. I know, Madam Chair, you were CC'd on an email that I received from Councilor Block a few weeks ago. It's unfortunate that he's not here tonight because I had said to him I'd rather address his questions in public so that more people heard my answer than me just responding. But I did want to more or less go on the record because a couple of his questions were really very thoughtful, I thought. And so one of his questions had to do with we've become more aggressive in our budgeting and trying to capture 99% of our revenues but we've also added the utilization of 1.5 million of free cash in this year's budget. And so he wanted to understand what the rationale was and what's the thinking, and are those conflicting strategies, if you will. And so just so that everyone knows, the 1.5 million that we have put into this year's revenue for fiscal 27 comes from the free cash that was certified last September. So we had $22 million certified last September. We have, up to this point, we have docketed, let me see, we have docketed about $11 million worth. And you have approved all, you are, I think, on track to approve virtually all of those. I have an extra 225 that we submitted today as a docket item. So the 1.5 million is from this year's free cash. Next year is when, so it's after 27 that we would expect to see our free cash come in at a lower number than we've had this year. The free cash that we get this coming September will be somewhere in between, I think, what we had this current year to work with and where we are more or less going. But I can't, to be honest, even begin to tell you where September's free cash will land, because we still have a lot of decisions to make. We have to figure out if and how much we may come to you looking for, and this will happen within the next couple of weeks, but we've got to make these final decisions. If we are going to utilize some of the free cash that we have right now to put toward paving for fiscal 27. We're taking a hard look at figuring out exactly how much money we have toward our $9.5 to $10 million of paving for next year. And so will we be coming to you in the next few weeks to supplement that money? Quite possibly. And that would come from free cash. We are also, as I mentioned the night that we did the presentation, we will probably plan to carry forward at least 5 million of this year's free cash, so that we will set up a pattern if we are budgeting a little bit tighter than we have been, making sure that we have free cash left over from this year and that we don't spend all of it. Absolutely makes financial sense. So we will be doing that. So the 1.5 million is at this one point in time. When we put the fiscal 28 budget together, my goal would be, if we have sold the pension obligation bond within the next year, we will do a few things that will be structural improvements to the overall budget. We will take a look at that 1.5 million of free cash and figure out whether or not that's the way that we want to move forward. We will take a look at the $2.5 million of carry forward that the Newton Public Schools have become accustomed to generating, if you will, and then becoming dependent on it. So we will take a look at that. We will also need to take a hard look at what we are doing with the Education Stabilization Fund. Right now, we're depending on $4.5 million of that to fund our past couple and now this coming year's budget. So we're going to need to take a hard look at that. So all of these things will be flushed out over the course of the next year. And it's really the pension bond that's going to enable us to really fix some of our structural issues. The pension bond is not going to be a panacea for all the things that we may want to accomplish. It is not going to be the panacea for us getting to what we need to do for paving every year and for getting the schools to their Thrive budget. There is still a tremendous amount of work that will need to be done, even though we're going to give ourselves a huge relief, I would say, on our operating budget. When that happens, it's amazing how much money we spend. I mean, it'll probably be a $10 million or so relief to the budget, $10 million really does not go very far for us here in the city of Newton. So there's a lot to be done with that. But anyway, the whole utilization of the $1.5 million of free cash this year is going to be part of a much larger strategy that we will be putting together for fiscal 28 and beyond. The other thing that Councilor Block asked about, and so if anybody is looking at numbers individually in the budget, in the revenues, I think it was it Councilor Bixby earlier when you asked me about a particular line item in the budget, was I comfortable with it? I think it was the new growth number that you asked about earlier tonight. And I said, what I'm confident in is the budget as a whole. That's true when you look at each of these individual line items. When we go to the state sets our tax rate. We do not. We come to you very confident in November at the tax rate hearing, which is really the residential factor hearing. We come to you very confident, telling you to the penny what we expect our tax rate to be. But we don't set our tax rate. DOR does. And so when we send all of our information to DOR, they, in the tax recap sheet, they will know by then exactly what we're getting for Chapter 70. They plug that number in. They know what we're going to be getting for unrestricted aid from the state. They plug that number in. They know what our new growth is, and so what our levy limit is. They plug in all of those numbers. When I'm saying to you that I've put together a budget that projects 99% of our revenues, that's 99% in total. Those items that I just mentioned make up over 90% of our budget. So things like interest income, things like building permits, and some of the other fees, the different fees that we collect. I need to make sure that I'm conservative enough in those areas, because otherwise we wouldn't be budgeting for 99% of the revenues. We would be much more in the order of only 3 or 0.4% less than what we would expect entirely. So, and I know I say this, it's not rocket science, but it becomes very, very complicated. And so my expectation is that we will have revenues that are $5 to $6 million more than, and that's what we would want and what we really need, more than what we put together for the budget that's in front of you, if all of that makes sense. So I wanted to give you a sense, especially as the Finance Committee, so that you can understand what my thinking is, what the strategy is behind a lot of the different numbers that are in front of you. So with that, I'll stop there, Madam Chair. We've also had, actually, let me make one more comment. We've also had lots of questions, obviously, about free cash over the last couple of years. I went on the DLS website earlier tonight as I was thinking about what were the points that I wanted to make sure that I got across to you this evening. In the last 25 years, the city of Newton has only had 2 years where our free cash has been more than 5% of our budget. We budget extremely tightly. And in fact, I think the DOR recommends that free cash should be something in the 5 to 7% range of our budget. We have never done that intentionally. I don't think the city did it before I got here, and we certainly haven't done it since I've been here. We have always had the philosophy that we try to budget tightly. We certainly want to make sure that we have excess revenues. We never want to be in a deficit position, but we want to make sure that we are supporting all of our departments, whether it's the city departments or the school department. We want to make sure that we are able to push those budgets as hard as we can, so that we can all offer the services that the residents need in this city. So we budget extremely tightly. We will continue to do so, but we will be watching it very, very carefully.
Thank you very much. I know that was helpful information to set the table for this whole process. And obviously we tackled quite a bit tonight, but I thought it was really interesting and productive. What comments and questions do folks have for the executive department or what Ms. Lemieux just reviewed?
Or anything else, excuse me, Madam Chair, or anything else that are hanging questions that you may have had from any of the other committee meetings.
Sure. So Councilor Bixby, then Silver.
I guess I'll ask generally into, I guess, Ms. Hanson and Mr. Morris as well, how, this is a substantially different executive office than last budget cycle. How do people feel like it's going? And, I think when we talked about some of these, approving some of these different changes, we did talk about trying to kind of have metrics along the way, which, we don't necessarily need tonight, but is there a plan for keeping us posted on how it's all going? With some specifics, I guess.
So good, Josh, I'm glad, take it away. How do you think? I mean, I've been in, this is my third mayor in Newton, so I've been sitting in the same office for now 16 years. Jim Shaughnessy keeps reminding me that no one has ever been in the executive office prior to me for 2 mayors in a row, and now I'm at 3. So I think it is working extremely well. I think we are providing much more managerial support to our departments because we can, because there are more of us doing it. But I would love to have Josh and Dana give you answers for that.
I think it's going incredibly well. I think one of the things that has always interested me about the mayor's office, and in fact, it's a position that I shared with Mayor Warren and Mayor Fuller as well, which is that as somebody who was around the mayor's office a lot, but not in it, my observations were, and I expressed that they were short-staffed many, many years ago now. And the reason why I felt this was obvious to me anyways, was I saw the chief operating officer and for a short period of time, the chief administrative officer when Dory Zalesnik was there. They were so buried with the volume of work and the number of people they were supporting that all of their days and nights were spent exclusively just on meetings or in meetings, and it never ended. They were never able to get away from their desks. They were never able to get out into the community. And that made it very, very challenging, not only to support our department heads and our staff that are not all working in City Hall, but also to stay connected with the community, to make sure that our observations match expectations with respect to the level of services that we're providing the community. I think it's very difficult for the mayor's office to deliver on policy-related matters and kind of help guide and direct our departments if we're not hearing directly from the community out in the community with respect to issues that they are concerned about. So I think the structure that we've created has really helped out a great deal with that. I find myself with about 70-30, so 70% of my time in City Hall and 30% of the time being able to get out into the community and connect with people. And I think that serves us well. I think each of us bring different strengths to the team, and I think that's extremely helpful. I think the whole team has really kind of gelled well. And I think we've made some early gains, and we have lots of opportunities ahead of us as well. So, Dana, anything you'd like to add?
Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. Apologies. I had a phone situation as I drove home. The other one got messed up. Just want to reiterate what Josh said, that, I think we've been working really well together. I think that we have had a nice blend of folks who are continuing on from the last administration. And then with the addition of John and me and Lauren and Cheryl, I think that we're bringing some new perspectives as well. And I think that it's just been an opportunity for us to really cross-pollinate, do a lot more work with trying to break down silos. For example, I'm often working with Josh on a lot of his different projects in his sort of in the departments that he's overseeing. I'm sort of leaning in pretty heavily on some of the planning work, and also working with John and some of his areas, and of course supporting economic development and working with the HR group. And then really trying to work and support our executive team as well, between Jacqueline and Hattie and Amalia and Ellen. Really just trying to continue to deliver the best services that we can. And particularly for the mayor, he's very focused on customer service. And so that's somewhere where I think it's really all hands on deck, and just trying to make sure that each and every one of our department heads is feeling supported, and that, we've got their back and we're working with them day in, day out to sort of deliver the best services that we can for the city.
But, okay, thank you both. Councilor Silver, thank you, Renee.
Very, very quick question of clarification for Ms. Lemieux. When you mentioned that the state calculates Chapter 70 and unrestricted, that doesn't affect our tax rate, that just affects revenues. Is that correct? Or does it also affect?
It affects our tax rate because it's what we're anticipating for revenues.
But if we were to receive, like, for example, no Chapter 70, would that change? How would that change our tax rate?
Well, if we were to receive no Chapter 70,
I'm just throwing an example. Yeah,
we would need to reduce our overall budget by $30 million. Because that's not part of the levy limit, but the tax rate is built on all of our revenues. So I'm trying to think. So they calculate, they add all of that in when actually, as I'm saying this, I shouldn't have said it that way. They will put those numbers on the tax recap sheet. That portion won't, I'm sorry, that portion will not impact the tax rate itself, but new growth will, overlay will, those other items will. And
right.
so Chapter 70 won't, but it's all part of our tax recap sheet.
Right. But it would be additive. Like, I mean, the only way we could change the tax rate is to go below 2.5.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood there wasn't like a missing piece there that we were.
No, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Nope, that's fine. Thank you.
Councilor Princeman.
A quick comment. I think it was Dana who mentioned the customer service aspect. I have noticed, and I want to commend you all on fantastic improvement in customer service across the board, both with residents. I think your responsiveness to city councilors, department heads reaching out. It has been fantastic. I think it has gotten us all back to a broad recognition that we are here to serve the residents of this city. And I think this mayor's office has exemplified that very, very well. So I commend you all on a job well done. I hope you keep it up. I hope we all learn from that example, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And on behalf of all of us, I will say thank you again for saying that and recognizing it. And we will be sure to pass that message along to the mayor. I think he will really be appreciative that you've noticed. So thank you.
Excellent. Well, I think we've probably reached the time for a straw vote on the Executive and Sustainability Department. Is there a motion for a straw vote to accept the Executive and Sustainability budget of $2,519,929, the CIP and the supplemental CIP? What? Well, really? It says 929. 928. Lisa, where's the hold on.
I know
Right
what I
tab.
want.
Did I get it right? Hold on.
Of 929. Are you saying it's supposed to be 928?
It says, yes, so the books is 928, but on my sheet, it says 929. Assuming 928 in the budget book is the number I should be going with.
This number I got from the online version. I would just assume it's some new.
Steve, are you still there?
I am,
Up by $1.
the budget online said the 929. I'm looking in the actual financial system, which would have it to the pennies because it's probably a matter of rounding. So that'll take me a second.
Yeah, the 3 lines don't add up to 9.
I do want to make sure we make it till 11. I
$1.
want to get out before that.
It's over. No, we got 1 more minute, 60 seconds.
On the draft appropriation schedule, Steve, we have 928.
All right, so that was probably my rounding, which I can tweak to make it necessary. I need to cut, $1 here or there to make the total number come
Similar
in.
experience I just had at the pediatrician's office where my son was trying to round up to 5 feet. The director was like, I'm sorry, you're 4'11", right, and 0.41.
But his math training is good, so.
Yeah, that's true.
You are 4.5.
So the executive office exact budget is 2,519,928.50. So splitting the difference.
I get the roundup. So 2,519,929 CIP and supplemental CIP. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? We are approved 6-0. Thank you all so much. To everyone on the screen, amazing job tonight. Thank you. And amazing start to the term. It's been great. To everyone in the room, it was a pleasure. I think we did some excellent work tonight. And I'm really enjoying working with this committee. So thank you all very much. Mr. Vitello, you're a rock star sitting in the room all night. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Good night.